actually has a pretty good release, too, I got to tell you.
It can actually dribble, too. Its feet are wheels, allowing it to just roll around the court, but its perimeter game needs a little bit of work, apparently. Do we need this? I don't know.
I don't know, but it just shows how far technology has come, without a doubt. That's like 7, 8 feet tall, too.
Yeah, no kidding.
Big boy.
Well, that guy is cheaper than most of our Magic players, probably.
You know what? Without a doubt. The DeMorris family loved that. They're like, yeah, we signed the checks. We know.
Bye, everybody.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Oh, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. We appreciate you joining us today. A lot going on today, and so I want to go ahead and get you right inside the courtroom in Orange County. This is day 2 of the penalty phase of the trial of DeMorris Hunter, who was just last week convicted in the murder of a woman in Orange County back in 2002, his neighbor, Teresa Green. He faces a potential death sentence, and so that's what the jury is going to be deciding today. We heard some testimony today from a couple of Hunter's old neighbors in California. His daughter testified as well. And now we're in the middle of closing statements. And so we heard from the prosecutor, DeMorris Hunter's defense attorney, speaking right now, the last chance for him to try to save the life of his client, who, again, already serving a life sentence for murder in California that happened months before the one in College Park in Orange County. Let's go ahead and listen in live inside this courtroom right now in Orange County.
In the surrounding areas would support evidence of strangulation. Dr. Utz agreed that it could have been from a fabric, could have been from some other abrasion, but that it was his ultimate opinion that he believed that there was evidence of strangulation. We don't believe that there's any evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. Going back to Miss Green's blood alcohol level, it's very important to understand that at a 0.288, there was testimony by Dr. Arden, I believe Dr. Utz may have agreed with this, that the fermentation process that may have taken place doesn't always take place, and they actually have no evidence of it taking place in this case. But that could attribute an additional 0.08 to someone's blood alcohol level. So at a 0.288, we're talking about going to this is math, sorry, but into the tenths, right? The sort of second digit after the decimal place. That 0.08 could have been added. So if you subtracted that out, her blood alcohol still would have been a 0.20, which would have been more than double the legal limit to drive. She clearly was intoxicated. She was clearly intoxicated based on what Mr. Butler testified to. Her drinking, she was drinking Captain Morgan's, and she had been drinking. She drank a whole bottle. Her behavior would suggest that she had been drinking and that she was intoxicated. She slapped Mr. Butler on the way out. She got into an argument. She tumbled down the stairs. All of that is evidence of intoxication. The medical examiners cannot tell you how long it took Ms. Green to die by strangulation. Dr. Utz and Dr. Arden said it could take seconds, it could take minutes. They don't know. And there's no evidence in this case of how long it took her to pass away. We would suggest that there's no evidence that the state has not proved beyond a reasonable doubt the evidence of heinous, atrocious, and cruel. All death is sad, and all death is terrible. But all death is not heinous, atrocious, and cruel. In jury selection, we talked about a sort of special subset of all first-degree premeditated murders, right? Killing an innocent person by an individual, not because they were crazy or self-defense or any of those reasons. And there's a reason that we asked you those questions, right? And all of you swore that you could follow the law and follow your oath as jurors, and that you would agree that, as the state mentioned in their closing argument, that if you got the opportunity or you believe that the aggravating factors outweighed the mitigating factors, and after careful consideration, even knowing that you don't ever have to come back with a verdict in favor of death, that you could. So the possibility that you could do that. You also swore the same to us, or talked about being able to do that as well. So that if the aggravators, even if the aggravators outweighed the mitigators, you still could consider all of the mitigators and give it meaningful consideration, and you still could come back with a life term. So we all stand before you on even footing, asking you to take a look at the actual evidence, not a narrative spun by the state to make Mr. Hunter look like a monster. This is not about trying to demonize an individual so it makes it easier to kill him. This is about looking at the actual evidence in this case and trying to reach a determination about whether or not the screen died in a way that was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. We do not believe that the state has proved that based on all of the actual evidence in this case. Let's talk about the second factor. The second factor was Mr. Hunter's past. These judgments and sentences. And the state argued to you that he's been convicted of 5 prior violent felonies, and 3 people have been. But he shows you in that 4 of those 5 circumstances all took place in 1985. January, February, and March of 1985. Mr. Hunter was 18 years old in Oakland, California at the time all of those incidents took place. But all those incidents took place with a firearm. Even the later murder in 2002 took place with a firearm. Obviously, in this case, we're not talking about a firearm. There's no similarities, there's no consistency of that. Mr. Hunter's not a monster who goes around shooting people randomly. We don't know what the facts, obviously, of the 1985 case are specifically. We did not hear any evidence from Assistant District Attorney Brewhard that Mr. Hunter was in a gang. He was a gang prosecutor in Alameda County for a long time. He would have provided that information if that were relevant or pertinent. So we don't know what those circumstances are when he was 18 years old and got himself in a series of trouble in those months in 1985. You can hear a little bit more about the circumstances in 2002 involving the friend of his wife that was shot under those circumstances. But I ask you, why are we judging an individual by the worst 4 or 5 days of his life, as opposed to what we try to attempt to do in the penalty phase, which is to present individuals from Mr. Hunter's past who know him. They know him on the mundane days, the 7th grade days, the 9th grade days, the 10th grade days, the after high school days, when he has a child and a baby in this world. All of those days, if you look at the Alexanders who lived in New Mexico, you look at his best friend Sherman Alexander, if you look at the Long sisters who he went to school with and how he knew them afterwards, they've known Mr. Hunter for years collectively. And we tried to present a side to him to show you that he's not a monster. The state's trying to say he is. And we're trying to say that the people that know him best for all of this time, that they're saying he's not. That's not how he is. He cared very much for the Longs and took care of them when he went to school with them. He made sure that they went to school, that they did their homework, that they got lunches when they couldn't afford it. He took care of their mother. He was respectful. He was respectful to the Alexanders, came over to their house. He rode bikes and mini bikes and dirt bikes and things like that with his friend Sherman. And he was, for all intents and purposes, a normal kid growing up in Oakland, California. And then in the 80s, things get violent in Oakland. Things take a turn for the worse. The state would have you believe that just because Sherman came out of it without a felony conviction, that he's somehow a successful product of Oakland, California. We would argue to you that Sherman had been shot during his youth in Oakland, and maybe that had some impact on what happened in 1985 with Mr. Hunter in terms of the violence that was taking place in California. And maybe that had an impact on it. Remember, at the end of this case, your decision is going to be between a recommendation of life without the possibility of parole and a death sentence. And what we're trying to say is that, according to the law, life without the possibility of parole is a valid decision and a valid sentence that punishes Mr. Hunter for his actions in this case. He's not a monster. He's not a monster that needs to be put down. We don't need to light torches and create pitchforks, sharpen our pitchforks, because the penalty is going to be appropriate either way. But what we're trying to argue is that there is this other side to him, a human side to him, a friend, a person who cared about the people in his life. You also heard from the Butlers and Lisa Moore and even Octavius Hayes that up until this incident, they never witnessed Mr. Hunter ever be violent or aggressive or angry in any way, shape, or form towards Miss Green. So Mr. Hunter isn't. And so when you have to make the decision as to how much weight to give to the aggravators versus the mitigation in this case, I would argue to you that judging a man by his 2 worst days, and I'm going to lump those 4 events from January to March as one series of events. But basically, we're talking about two days of his life. 4 days if you actually count them individually. But weighing that against a lifetime of being a good friend, a good son, a good father to his child who he's never seen outside the walls of a prison, still maintains a relationship with her, still corresponds with her, corresponds with his granddaughter. So he is human. One of the things you're going to be asked to do after you make your determination about the state's aggravating factors and whether they've been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, again, it's the defense's position that they have not proved heinous, atrocious, or cruel beyond a reasonable doubt, is you're going to then be asked about the mitigators. And the mitigating circumstances in this case that we believe the defense has showed you is that DeMorris Hunter grew up in a violent neighborhood in Oakland, California, where he had to learn to protect himself and others. That DeMorris Hunter was generous and kind to his friends and family. And that DeMorris Hunter was protective of his friends and family and tried to keep them safe and out of trouble. That DeMorris Hunter was respectful and obedient to his elders. DeMorris Hunter was a loving and attentive father to his daughter, the relationship that they have. DeMorris Hunter earned the love and affection of his friends and family who love him still. and the existence of any other factors in the defendant's background not mentioned above that would mitigate the imposition of the death penalty. Remember, mitigating circumstances can be anything we've said or done or emphasized, or anything at all, anything that you've heard that you believe is important. And ultimately, again, the state's going to ask, as the state talked about in their closing, they're going to ask you to weigh the aggravating factors and the mitigating circumstances. And I would argue to you that the mitigating circumstances, the evidence of his life, right, every day, all of those days, the mundane, even the mundane stuff, who DeMorris Hunter really is, clearly outweighs his worst day, the prior convictions. And again, even after this weighing process, regardless of the results of each juror's individual weighing process, even if you conclude the sufficient aggravators outweigh the mitigators, the law neither compels nor requires you to recommend that the defendant should be sentenced to death. As we talked about in jury selection, each one of you gets to put on your little robes and make decisions about this case. And all of your decisions individually are important. We talked about how no one would bully someone out of their position, and that others would try to protect people who were being bullied out of that. If one of you believes that life is the appropriate sentence, then that is your decision, and your decision to, and that decision is perfectly lawful pursuant to these instructions. Respect that moral process, respect your moral decision, respect others' moral decisions, and record that vote. A sentence of life imprisonment is not mercy without consequence. It is accountability. It is punishment. It means he will spend the rest of his life in a prison cell and will never be free again. It protects society. It ensures that he will never harm anyone outside those walls. But it also leaves room for something else. The recognition that human beings are more than their worst thing that they've ever done. I know sometimes in closing arguments I sit here and I think to myself, and I think you'll hear a jury, part of the jury instruction will say that if the lawyers have done anything, that you shouldn't hold it against our client. I heard my voice on the Alexander's video depots from New Mexico, and it drives me crazy whenever I hear my own voice on video. And so if you think that we have said or done something, either Mr. Marrero or myself, please don't hold it against Mr. Hunter, our client. Hold it against me, okay? But as lawyers, obviously we have jobs to do, and we advocate on behalf of our clients. Sometimes I think I struggle for the right words to say in closing arguments, that I'm trying to be super convincing, the best possible version of myself. But I want to read to you some quotes from others that talk about death penalty cases. And I think it's important to hear perspective of others. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "Returning hate for hate multiplies hate. Adding deeper darkness to the night already devoid of stars.
Just like the approach.
Closing arguments continuing right now as there's a sidebar discussion there. Defense attorney speaking, giving his closing statement. There you get a look at DeMorris Hunter sitting at the defendant's table. The jury convicted him last week, and then here shortly we'll be deciding whether or not he will live or be put to death for the 2002 murder of his neighbor, Teresa Green. We are also monitoring this ceremony at the Capitol, honoring Holocaust survivors. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Closing statements have wrapped up. Now Chief Judge Lisa Munyon reading the jury instructions to the jury before they go back and deliberate on the death penalty for DeMorris Hunter. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. Let me get you live, though, right now to the State Department. Secretary of State Marco Rubio speaking right now at the start of a meeting with the Israeli and Lebanese ambassadors as a part of peace talks, again, amid ongoing conflict in the Middle East. Let's go ahead and listen in as Secretary Rubio speaks right now.
And I know this will be a process, okay? All of the complexities of this matter are not going to be resolved in the next 6 hours, but we can begin to move forward to create the framework where something can happen, something very positive, something very permanent, so that the people of Lebanon can have the kind of future they deserve, and so that the people of Israel can live without fear of being struck by rocket attacks from a terrorist proxy of Iran. So that is the hope here today. That is what we are beginning to work. We are joined by excellent people who will be in a position to obviously take this back to their respective capitals. This is a process, not an event. This is more than just one day. This will take time, but we believe it is worth this endeavor, and it's a historic gathering that we hope to build on. And the hope today is that we can outline the framework upon which a permanent and lasting peace can be developed, so that, as I said, the people of Israel can live in peace, and the people of Lebanon can live not just in peace, but the prosperity and security that they deserve. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Press. Go out the back door. Thank you, Press.
So just the beginning of that Press was able to kind of be a part of here, that opening statement that we heard there from Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, who is meeting with, again, the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. and the Lebanese ambassador to the U.S. We saw Mike Waltz the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, also part of those discussions and at that meeting as well. So that is going on right now. And that's, as you heard, it sounds like they're going to be going on over the next 6 hours there at the State Department. So potentially historic peace talks between Israel and Lebanon happening today that the U.S. is taking part and hosting. We are going to get ready and take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. But we still have much more to get to, so don't go anywhere on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm going to get you right now to this ceremony on Capitol Hill where we saw House Speaker Mike Johnson deliver a Congressional Gold Medal honoring a Holocaust survivor. But we want to go ahead and listen in now. Interesting remarks on anti-Semitism and the fight against that. So let's go ahead and listen in as this ceremony continues live on Capitol Hill.
And above all, Jews. Millions of Jews. We had lived in these lands for centuries. We'd endured anti-Semitism, even violent and deadly anti-Semitism. But nothing like this. The Holocaust did not begin with gas chambers, it began with bullets. And long before that, with words, with lies, with propaganda, with conspiracy theories. It began when we were defined as the enemy, when we were stripped of our humanity, when a society was taught to see us not as neighbors, but as a threat. And once that idea took hold, everything else became possible. German soldiers, SS units, and ordinary police went town to town rounding up Jews, forcing them to march, often in front of their neighbors, to forests and clearings where they were executed. Men, women, children. By December 1941, in just 6 months, the Germans, with the help of local collaborators, had murdered as many as 800,000 Jews. 6 months. That same month, Nazi leadership formalized their plan to murder every Jew in Europe. 11 million people from Ireland to Turkey, what they called the final solution. And at that very moment, another event shook the world, attack on Pearl Harbor. America entered the war. Our soldiers would land in Europe, in Italy, and then on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, in 1944. On that day, General Dwight D. Eisenhower told his troops, "The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you." He spoke those words already aware of reports of atrocities against Jews, though even then, the full scale was unimaginable. 10 months later, when Allied forces liberated Nazi camps, Eisenhower insisted on seeing the evidence himself. After visiting Ohrdruf, he wrote, "The things I saw beggar description. The visual evidence of starvation, cruelty, and bestiality were overpowering." He understood something profoundly important, that one day people might try to deny these crimes ever happened. And today, that warning has become reality. Holocaust denial, once unthinkable, has spread, particularly online. One recent study shows that half of American youth have encountered denial. At the same time, anti-Semitism has returned, not quietly, but openly. The horrors we witnessed on October 7th were not simply an attack on Israel. They were a brutal reminder of what happens when hatred of Jews is allowed to go unchecked. On that day, we witnessed barbarism. Families were hunted down in their homes. Innocent people were burned alive. Women were brutalized. Children were murdered. And the men who carried out these atrocities celebrated their cruelty as they did it. It was a chilling reminder that the oldest hatred in human history is not buried in the past. It is still with us today. Just recently, Jews have been killed in cities as far away as Manchester and Bondi Beach, and as close to home as Boulder, Pittsburgh, and even here in our nation's capital. Families are afraid to wear a Star of David in public. And we see people in the streets of American and European cities openly celebrating acts of terror against Jews. Let us be clear. Anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish problem. It is a threat to the very foundations of free society. History teaches us that where anti-Semitism is allowed to flourish, attacks on liberty and democracy soon follow. The Holocaust demonstrates that hate began with the Jews, but did not end with the Jews. That lesson could not be more urgent today. And that is why the work of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum matters so deeply. To remember, to educate, to confront denial, to warn. This year, as our nation approaches the 250th anniversary of its founding, we remember those who fought to defeat tyranny and the leadership that made victory possible. We remember the soldiers who liberated the camps. We remember the survivors who rebuilt their lives and strengthened this country. And we remember the Holocaust stands as the most powerful reminder that the unthinkable is always possible, which is why complacency is not an option. Not in the face of denial, not in the face of anti-Semitism, not now. On this day of Yom HaShoah, we join millions around the world to remember the 6 million men, women, and children murdered simply because they were Jewish. But here in the United States Capitol, we must do more than remember. We must act, we must speak, we must lead. We owe that to the victims, we owe it to the survivors, and most importantly, we owe it to our children, because the responsibility now rests with us. Anti-Semitism has once again shown its face in our time with shocking boldness. Let the world hear this clearly. We will confront it, we will expose it, and we will defeat it, because the promise of never again is not negotiable. For as long as the museum stands, as long as the truth of the Holocaust is taught, and as long as the people of conscience refuse to surrender a hatred, the fortress of anti-Semitism will find that they have not awakened our fear, but our unbreakable will and our determination to never, ever surrender in the fight against evil. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Howard Lutnick, United States Secretary of Commerce.
I'd like to start by expressing my gratitude to the survivors of the Holocaust who honor us today with their presence. Your lives of resilience in the face of immense, unspeakable evil and loss during civilization's darkest hour will forever remain a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. Speaker Johnson, Leader Jeffries, members of Congress and the Senate, I am honored to join you here today for this vital and important day of remembrance. I would also like to thank the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum for the invitation to speak on this solemn occasion, because the museum serves the vital civic purpose to ensure that current and future generations of Americans can never forget the lessons of the Holocaust. I want us all to think back where we were just a year ago when we were together. 20 innocent people were held hostage underground in Gaza, and many families were suffering, hoping to bury the remains of their loved ones. Amazingly, on October 13th, 2025, President Trump brought them home. No one thought it was possible, but time and again, President Trump has shown through action, not just words, but bold action, that he is the greatest friend of the Jewish people. Last year, I had the honor and privilege to represent the United States at the 80th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau with my friend, Steve Witkoff. The experience of witnessing that symbol of unchecked atrocity and depravity, wrought on an industrial scale, was pulverizing and incredibly moving. It left an indelible impression upon my wife and me, as it has from people all over the world who had visited that memorial, to the 1.1 million lives exterminated at the hands of the greatest evil of our generation. The stories of the victims of Auschwitz remind me that behind the brutal and horrific statistics are people of flesh and blood who, even in the face of incomprehensible suffering, do not let it and will not let it define them. People who carry the memories of family members the world never knew, but they will keep alive and always remember. People who, over eight decades, stand triumphant over a regime that, owing to the perseverance, sacrifice, and valor of the greatest generation, denied the objective of total annihilation and abject despair. But we all know that evil's reign did not cease in 1945. 56 years later, in 2001, the United States faced this evil again, when terrorists killed thousands of innocent Americans. Among those murdered that day was my brother Gary. He was 36. My best friend Doug, who was 39, and 656 other people I worked with at my company, my former company, Cantor Fitzgerald. I lost family, I lost my friends, I lost nearly everyone I worked with in New York City. But like many of my fellow Americans, we decided to rebuild from the ground up, to honor their legacies, to honor patriotism, and to honor courage. The Americans who died on 9/11 share a common, tragic heritage with those who perished at the hands of other evil regimes that similarly rejected the equal dignity and value of human life. Both groups of the fallen are made up of common heroes whose memory on earth would be lost were it not for determined effort by organizations like the Holocaust Memorial Museum to keep their legacy alive and ensure that the refrain never again echoes for generations to come. We gather this morning to remember the lives extinguished by violent oppressors, and at the same time, to remember the stories of courage that sustained both those who bore their final days in captivity and those who survived as witness of liberation in the face of unspeakable evil. Austrian psychiatrist and Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl wrote that life is never made unbearable by circumstances, but only by lack of meaning and purpose. We are here because the victims of the Holocaust continue to remind us that apathy must be overcome by meaning, neglect supplanted by remembrance, and indifference surmounted by love. Today and always, we continue to honor the memory and legacy of those who perished in and survived the Holocaust by ensuring their stories and sacrifices remain an enduring symbol of the triumph of light over darkness and the perseverance of human will. Thank you for inviting me to speak to you and to join you on this solemn occasion. I deeply appreciate it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a museum leadership program has included.
As that ceremony continues, we're going to step aside and take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus, and we're seeing a solemn and somber part of this ceremony, including candle lighting here, passing it along as they vow not to forget what happened with the Holocaust during this ceremony that is continuing live right now on Capitol Hill, being hosted by House Speaker Mike Johnson. We've heard from a number of speakers. Let's now go ahead and listen in as this ceremony continues.
Ladies and gentlemen, We are honored to have more than 25 Holocaust survivors with us today. And now some will share memorial reflections.
I'm Captain Andrew Jampoler, United States Navy, retired. I was born January 1942 in Nazi-occupied Lvov in eastern Poland. Our family needed to flee that city to survive, and we obtained false baptismal and marriage certificates from a brave local priest, Father Joseph Zafran. And protected by these documents, my mother, my grandmother, my father, and I fled to Warsaw, where we thought we could hide more successfully than Lvov. My father, whose image I hold in front of you now, was a music student at the conservatory in Lvov. In Warsaw, he was found by a friend of his. Fearing disclosure, my grandmother, his mother, told him to run and hide. We never saw him again. His memory I honor today. For my protection, my mother and grandmother, now fearful of our safety in Warsaw, left me on the steps of a church, a few weeks of age. And from that church, I was taken by a family of Poles, the Matysiaks, to be their child. They took me to their home in Lublin and raised me for the first 4 years of my life as their son. At war's end, my grandmother mysteriously appeared, magically appeared, and persuaded them to give me back, explaining that surely I would be better off growing up in the United States, where we had immigration papers, than being raised in Russian-occupied eastern Poland. It has been more than 80 years since war's end. None of us know what happened to my father, whose memory I honor today. Thank you.
My name is Irene Weiss. In May 1944, I was deported with my parents and 5 siblings to Auschwitz-Birkenau. I was 13 years old. Upon arrival on the platform, my older sister and I were separated from the rest of the family. Unknown to us, that moment of separation was captured in a photograph taken by Nazi officials and published years later in what is known as the Auschwitz album. The photo in the album documents the arrival of the Hungarian transport. It shows a process of selection and separation of families. My older sister and I were forced labor, while the women and children and sick and elderly were selected to be killed. This photo shows my mother and 2 little brothers sitting in a grove near a gas chamber and crematorium. Soon after this photo was taken, everyone in this picture, including my family, were murdered in the gas chamber. Some survivors don't know how their families were murdered. This photo makes it clear what happened to my mother and two little brothers, a devastating reality that my mind refused to accept. I remember my mother Leah and my brother Reuben and Gerson. Thank you.
My name is Henry Weil. My idyllic childhood in Vienna was disrupted when Nazi Germany annexed Austria. As soldiers marched in, I watched tears stream down my mother's face. She knew what this meant to us because we were Jewish. My father began preparing to immigrate to the United States. Someone by the name of Mr. Rice of Massachusetts provided my family with an affidavit declaring that he would take financial responsibility for us when we came to the United States. Without this selfish act of kindness by a total stranger, we would never have been able to leave Vienna. We arrived in New York a few weeks after World War II began. We worried about our family that remained in Europe. I would accompany my father to the post office to send care packages to his sister Wilma. I do not know if she ever received them. It took time to learn the fate of my aunt, but I remember that day clearly. While driving through Vineland, New Jersey, years after the war, we stopped at a farm owned by Jewish refugees. My father went in to purchase some fresh eggs, and when he returned to the car, he was crying. The owner had been in prison with my Aunt Wilma, my father's sister, in a concentration camp. She shared that one of the Nazi guards gave his sister a poison pill shortly before she was to be taken to the gas chamber. It pains me that I don't have a photograph of my Aunt Wilma. Still, I remember her. Please stand with me, if you're able, to join me in reciting the Kaddish for the 6 million Jews who were murdered during the Holocaust. Yiskadal v'yiskadash shemei rabo. V'yomod dibro chirusei v'yamlich malchusei b'chayechon v'yomechon v'chay beis Yisrael ba'golo v'zman korev v'yimeru amen. Yehei shmei rabo mevorach leolam omei omayo. Yisborach v'yishtabach v'yispoar v'yisromam v'yisnasei v'yishadar v'yisalev v'yisalol Shemei Kudisho B'Rilchu Liado Min Kol Birchoso Tush Birchoso B'Nechemoso Damiron B'Olmo B'Yimru Amen. Yehei Shlomo Rabo Min Shemayo V'Chayim Olenu V'Al Kol Yisrael B'Yimru Amen. Osei Shalom B'Mromob Hu Yaseh Shalom Olenu V'Al Kol Yisrael B'Yimru Amen. Please remain standing as Cantor Joel Listerman chants the traditional prayer for the souls of the dead, the El Malei Rachamim. I invite you to hold high the photos that are on your seats. Together we honor their lives and we remember them.
El Malei Rachamim Shochen B'Maromim שנהרגו, שנשחטו, שנשרפו ושנספו על קידוש השם. בידי המרצחים הגרמנים ועוזריהם משאר העמים ימח שמם.
באושוויץ, טרבלינקה, מיידנק, מאוטהאוזן, ברגן-בלזן, סוביבור ובשאר המחנות השמדה.
שלחו לעולם.
This somber ceremony continuing right now at Capitol Hill. We're going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. It is almost noon, and so I just want to let you know where things stand right now with a couple of the stories that we have been tracking today, starting with a live look at the U.S. Capitol. We know in Washington, D.C., the U.S. today is hosting historic peace talks between Lebanon and Israel. We heard very briefly from Secretary of State Marco Rubio at the start of those talks. We'll be keeping an eye on that throughout the day. Give you a live look right now inside an Orange County courtroom. You see the seal of the state of Florida. The jury has begun deliberating in the sentencing phase, the penalty phase, of the DeMorris Hunter trial. He is a convicted murderer out of California who just last week was convicted in the murder of a woman in College Park in Orange County back in 2002. Faces a potential death sentence for that, already serving a life sentence for a murder in California that happened months before that. But a jury going to decide whether he will live or be put to death for this murder in 2002 out of Orange County. The jury went back around 11:47, so coming up on 15 minutes now. We'll be keeping a close eye on this, and we'll try to bring you the jury's decision when they announce it. Let me also give you a live look right now. This is inside a building in Calabasas, California, where we're awaiting a news conference at the bottom of the hour. Well, there goes our live picture. But awaiting a news conference at the bottom of the hour from a woman who is making sexual misconduct allegations against Congressman Eric Swallwell, a Democrat who out of California, who was not only a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, but was also making a bid for the governor position in California. As these allegations were made public, he ended up suspending his gubernatorial campaign, also announced his resignation from Congress amid conversations that, including from Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna of Florida, that they would push for his expulsion. Now, he still denies allegations against him, but has taken these steps. And again, coming up at 12:30, we are expecting to hear from one of the accusers speaking at this news conference alongside two attorneys. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that, and we'll bring that to you live when it begins. We've also been watching here. Let me give you the live look here inside the room where this Holocaust remembrance ceremony has been going on, coming to an end right now. We've heard from a number of speakers talking about the importance of never forgetting what happened so that it cannot happen again. An annual ceremony happening on Capitol Hill. Somber in a lot of ways. Heard from some survivors speaking of their recollections, and just a few moments ago hearing and seeing the photos of many lost during the Holocaust. So this ceremony coming to an end, beginning to wrap up live right now on Capitol Hill. So we are also keeping a close eye. Let me see if I can give you a live look right now in downtown Orlando. This is the scene. It is now afternoon here at Fox 35 Orlando, and you can see some sun, you can see some clouds, but things are warming up out there, but certainly not unbearable by any means. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joining me now. And Brooks, this is a forecast that people are enjoying.
Oh, everybody is singing in the streets at this forecast. They are ready for the 90s to make a return, but not like the humid July 90s, like the good 90s, the low humidity, comfortably warm 90s.
Even better.
Even better.
You're speaking our language.
Arizona style 90s, right? Now, here's a look at Mount Dora right now. The sun's shining bright. Today, a transition day. Now, across the board, it will be cooler at the beach. There's going to be the sea breeze, so we're going to have about a 74-degree temperature there at the beach this midday, ultimately warming to about 80 or 82. Meanwhile, inland, once you get out toward I-75, it'll be more like 90 degrees or thereabouts, especially up toward Gainesville. High risk for rip currents, 2 to 4 foot waves. Lifeguards recommend swimming next to them within their reach. It's just too dangerous with a lot of wave action coming in. But we've got a big warming trend coming our way, and that will be followed by Some of the hottest weather coming our way Friday, Saturday. Now, the humidity stays low, but that comes at the risk of a high fire danger. So that's going to be kind of like one of those things where I know we had a lot of rain last week in Brevard County and Volusia County, even here in Orlando. About 2 or 3 inches in Orlando fell during the course of the week and up to 10 inches in Brevard County. But areas north and west saw very little rain comparatively. And with days and days of low humidity and highs near 90, the sun is just going to bake out that humidity and really dry things up. So there's that. Here's Lake Fairview. It's just so pretty to show you the cameras around the region at this midday hour. Great weather for lunch. There's a nice breeze coming in off of the Atlantic. Now aloft, we've got high clouds coming in from the Panhandle. That's at like 25 to 30,000 feet. And at the surface, we've got our winds coming in off the water. So we're getting those low cumulus clouds. At times kind of an overcast even by the coastline as we have a flow coming out of the Bahamas. But it's all part of the transition toward the warmer weather. So we'll go from where we stand now in the mid and upper 70s to highs close to 85 degrees today between 4 and 5 p.m. As you come home from work, it'll be windows down type weather if you're a seasoned Floridian. Otherwise, the AC will be buzzing. I laugh, but you know what I'm talking about. Although sometimes I have the window down, I get on the freeway and I'm like, man, I'm on the interstate. I guess I have to shut the window and put the AC on. We get to be in the refrigerated atmosphere for the rest of the summer, so we have that to look forward to. But we're going to be there by the end of this week, too. We're getting a little preview, for better or worse. 87 the high today in Leesburg, close to 80 at Daytona Beach. This is just the start of it. You see this high-pressure zone coming out of the Gulf is going to establish over the southeast, right over Florida. And in doing so, especially once we get into Saturday with the approach of a cold front from the north, there's going to be a squeeze play where the air literally gets compressed, heating it up further than it even would normally. Now, normally it would be like 88, 90 degrees, but with this cold front approaching and the compression happening, it warms up easily into the mid-90s in North Florida and into South Georgia. So it's going to be really hot, summer-like levels, except for the humidity. That'll be the dry part. That'll be the part that you know it's still springtime here in Florida. So this front eventually will swing through Sunday and then knock temperatures back to what are considered seasonal norms. Our seasonal norm this time of year is 83. Our high Monday forecast to be 83. So we'll go from 90 or so for the last several days of the weekend to the weekend and then cooler thereafter. Okay, I want to show you this. Way out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. This is a typhoon. It's a super typhoon. It's located very far from Asia and it doesn't seem to be any threat to land. However, it is. Out of all the places it could be, it's right next to Guam, a U.S. territory. Now, fortunately, it's moving away from Guam, so the military base, the U.S. territory itself, will be untouched. But the Mariana Islands are there, and there's an island called Saipai, which is just southwest of where the eye of this thing is. This is basically a hurricane, same phenomena, just different basins, so it's called a typhoon. But they had a recorded wind gust of 130 miles an hour this morning and extreme wind warning in effect. Guam getting a ton of heavy rain, but just a glancing blow. Now, typhoons can happen at any time during the year, but this is just an example of what's coming our way. In several months, hurricane season for us begins June 1st. Fortunately, this season, we're likely to enter a very strong El Nino that should tamp down a lot of Atlantic hurricanes, but we're likely to see more Pacific hurricanes, especially Eastern Pacific, heading out to sea. But it'll be something to track for sure. This one is called Super Typhoon Sinlaku, and it has winds of 150 miles per hour. Anyway, worst storm on the planet, interesting to see. And here's a look at the forecast track. It goes toward Asia and then makes a beeline toward Alaska, basically losing its tropical characteristics and merging with a non-tropical system in the middle of the North Pacific. So it's really just a heat dispersion system. The job of hurricanes and typhoons is to take intense heat over the equatorial latitudes and transport them north as Earth looks for a way to equalize its temperatures. And with El Nino developing and the Pacific getting even warmer than normal, well, we're going to see a lot more typhoons, and if you're east of the dateline, they're called still hurricanes in the Pacific. All right, so here we go. The forecast, mid-80s next couple of days, upper 80s to 90 on Friday, and then Saturday, Sunday, we'll see highs around 90, followed by the cold front, knocking us back down to the low 80s on Monday. One thing missing from this forecast is any kind of significant rain. So the rain we had last week here, that's about all we're going to get probably to the last week of April, and even then, it's just a fleeting chance.
All right, so back to that really dry pattern.
Yeah, rainy season doesn't usually start till the last week of May or maybe the first week or two of June. So we got about 4 or 6 more weeks.
Okay, Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you another live look at downtown Orlando. Keep it here. We've got much more to come on Fox 35 News Plus.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Attorney General James Uthmeier was in Ocala earlier today, where he was talking about crypto fraud and a historic recovery of some of those funds that he was able to, this Office of Statewide Prosecution was able to return to victims. I want to play for you a little bit as we heard from Attorney General James Uthmeier and Marion County Sheriff Billy Woods at a news conference earlier today.
All right, good morning. It's great to be here in Marion County this morning. I'm joined by our great Sheriff Billy Woods, as well as our Chief Assistant Statewide Prosecutor for our Cyber Fraud Division, John Paul, who will be speaking here shortly. I want to thank all the other members of the Marion County Sheriff's Office, investigators, prosecutors for being here. I love doing these things because you see the full team coordination coming together. That's what we do here in Florida. That's why our crime rates continue to go down. That's why we're the safest state to raise a family. We're all working for the same goal, rowing in the same direction, and that's never going to change. This morning, I'm excited to announce that since I've been Attorney General for a little over a year, we've been able to recover over $800 million for the people of Florida, for our taxpayers, for victims that have suffered and been cheated, scammed, and defrauded by dangerous criminals that are out there, not just in the state of Florida, but also on the other side of those cell phone screens, on the other side of the internet, many overseas transnational operators. So we're excited today to announce we've recovered over $800 million for our taxpayers, for the people of Florida, as Americans and Floridians are hurting, as they're feeling some pain at the pump. We're going to do everything within our power. We're going to do our part to bring back money for the people of Florida. It's not often that the government is returning money to the taxpayers. But here in Florida, we do things a little bit differently. So we're going to provide justice. We're going to provide relief to our victims, not just in the courtroom, but also in their wallets, in the bank accounts. Of the $800 million, I'm excited to announce today that over $20 million of that is the result of a new division that we recently created a couple of years ago, the Cyber Fraud Enforcement Unit. As more activity is turning to social media and the internet, a lot of fraud is taking place through cyber means, using Bitcoin and digital currencies ultimately to steal from people online. Today, I'll let JP add a little bit more shortly, but today we're going to be talking about a case where many people were on dating sites. Some of these seniors, they're on dating sites and they get into online relationships, and then the person on the other side of the screen starts asking for money, investment ideas. If you donate tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars to this, you're going to get rich quickly. That old saying, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is too good to be true. That still applies. If you're online on some dating website and somebody starts asking you for money and you've never met this person, you don't truly know them physically, I wouldn't be sending them a dime. There's a good chance you're probably not going to get it back. The victim here in Marion County in this recent case had contributed over $400,000 in a matter of weeks. As we started to track that flow of money, with the leadership of the sheriff and his team here, they've become kind of a national leader in this technological area. As we started to follow that money into a digital cold wallet that was not connected to internet activity, we were able to identify over $5 million related to people that were scammed through these dating websites. Most of these Floridians, and we're going to get them their money back. We're going to return the money to the very victims that were hurt. This is the largest single cyber fraud case, cyber fraud operation, not just in the state of Florida, but among all the states. So we're calling on other law enforcement offices in Florida and elsewhere, get into this. Government is not typically known for being technologically advanced, for being innovative and getting ahead of the criminals that I assure you are using every new technology they can. Government's not really known for that. Here in Marion County, they've developed that expertise. And so others, I invite, come down here, learn from these guys, learn what they're doing, sit down with our statewide prosecutors. We'll show you the tips and techniques to go out there and ultimately catch these people that are scamming and frauding others online. And the worst part of it is most of these victims, sadly, are seniors. Here in Florida, we want to be the #1 retirement state. We want people to come down and enjoy their retirement, in our sunny weather, our shores, our no state income tax. We want to be a great destination for you in the last phase of your life. But we're going to protect you. Seniors are so generous. They're so kind. They're willing to oftentimes, take their shirt off their back and give it to somebody that's pretending to be a family member, friend, or otherwise taking advantage of them. We're not going to tolerate it. So we're going to put bad guys away. We're going to continue to prosecute to the fullest. We will continue to seize money where we can, where it's tied to criminal activity, and where we can link it to a victim. We're going to get that money back to the victim. And where we're not able to identify a victim, we'll return it to the people of Florida. So again, I want to conclude by thanking our law enforcement officers, our investigators that do this tough work. They do the Lord's work here in Florida. We love them. They know we've got their back. We're going to continue to support our law enforcement with everything we've got. And where they bring bad guys in, they can rest assured we're going to prosecute to the fullest. We're going to send a message in Florida. If you break the law, you are going to pay for it. And we're going to keep working as a state to bring in as much money as possible in the years ahead to make the people of Florida whole. So God bless you. Thank you. And I will turn it over to the great Sheriff Billy Woods. Thank you for hosting us, Sheriff.
Thank you, AG. I appreciate that. This is a fine example of collaboration that has success attached to it. Not just from on the local level, but all the way rising to the AG's office. And when you combine resources like this, what you're beginning to see and what you've heard the AG say, is success of getting victims not only their money back, but it gets their, in some cases, dignity back of the embarrassment of what they've lost to the tune of, like what he said, $400,000 and some thousand. I speak on a regular basis to my community, especially my retirement community. And there's two things that's making a great rise right now. Now, unfortunately, the first one is going to be Internet's crimes against children, which the AG has stood up here at this podium with me before on. It is something that is out of control, and the one that's following behind it. Now, they're two different crimes, and they're in their own different silos. But the fact is, when it comes to scams, frauds, cryptocurrency, seniors, individuals are losing their life savings every single day. And we're not talking about $5. We're not talking about $100. We're talking about tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars every single day. And until this case, the other one that I had a few years back was $300,000 that someone had just freely gave up to a fraudster. In this case, over $400,000. It's great work, not because of myself. It's great work because of men and women that are standing back behind us right now. Prosecutors that are standing over here. The jobs in which they do. Now, he mentioned about us making the rise. It ain't because of anything special, but here's what we do here in Marion County. You want to commit crime, we will hold you accountable. Prosecutors will put your asses in jail. It's as simple as that. You commit crime here, we hold you accountable. They do an outstanding job. They do an outstanding job. And when that comes together, hell's following it. It's as simple as that. And we will make sure that our citizens are protected every single day. This year alone, right now, we have already seized, or we've frozen $100,000. We've been able to return so far, and keep in mind it's only been 3 months, been able to return 185,000. Now, I don't have the numbers for how many we've had reported so far, but I promise you it's a whole lot more than that it's occurring. AG hit it on the head. If it sounds too good to be true, it is. If they ask you to go get a debit card, to go get a gift certificate or whatever to pay them, that's called a clue in our profession. Don't do it. So I'm going to end it right there, and I'm going to let the hardworking individuals come up here and talk, and I'll turn it over to John Paul.
Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, Attorney General Uthmeyer, and to statewide prosecutor Brad McVeigh for their support that they give our team in fighting cyber fraud. They make sure that we are the best trained and best equipped team in the nation at the state and local level to prosecute and investigate cyber fraud. The tools they've given us are unique, specialized, and they're on the cutting edge of the technology that we need to trace cryptocurrency, which at its inception was anonymous. But now we have the tools to track down, identify, prosecute, and recover funds from these crypto thieves. Our team has nearly 1,000 hours of training collectively, and we use that every day to keep going after these sometimes international organizations targeting Floridians. But the good news is Florida is on the forefront of this fight. Other states are coming to us weekly asking us, how do you do what you do? How have you had so much success? And we're giving them tips and tricks on how to better equip themselves. But the bottom line is Florida has some of the best laws and policies in the nation that are committed to fighting crimes like these. Our approach is to help citizens disrupt these overseas criminal actors and then prosecute their stateside accomplices. Sometimes we call them mules, and hold them accountable, and we send them to prison. Sophisticated tools are helping us to do this on a daily basis. And the Marion County Sheriff's Office is one of our biggest partners. We've had over a dozen cases from them since our inception, and these are major cases that we're getting. They're our biggest financial amount of cases that we've seen is from Marion County. The criminals seem to be targeting here, but that's pretty foolish because they're going to come after you. They're going to investigate it, and they're going to bring us the case, and we're going to help the victims recover the money. And I have good news for the Marion County Sheriff's Office because the biggest case that we've ever seen at any state level, those checks are going in the mail next month. In that case, the total is $5.5 million of recovery of cryptocurrency funds. Florida, when we work together with our county sheriff's office at the Office of Statewide Prosecution, we're a true force multiplier, and we can all do more together, especially when you have individuals on the front lines like those here today who are fighting this, working for our victims. The goal is to prevent this theft before it ever happens. These tools we have, these specialized tools, they're the last resort. We want the citizens to be educated and alert so that they do not fall prey to these scams. And the scams fall into two main categories, if you can be aware of them: fear and fantasy. Scammers pressure you and induce fear to get you to send money immediately as fast as possible that you or someone you love is going to go to jail or be harmed. What you need to do when someone is making you fearful with one of these scams is just to stop. Hang up the phone, think, call a trusted friend, loved one, or the police. But whatever you do, don't just act on a fear impulse. The second tactic is fantasy. They want you to think that you're going to be rich forever, or you've found the true love of your life who is more attractive than you ever thought you would ever come across. But the sad truth is these cyber criminals have tools. They use AI to create fake people. They impersonate celebrities, and it's all just lies. Like the Attorney General said, if it's too good to be true, it probably is. If you're a victim, don't be ashamed. Call law enforcement and report it. Time is of the essence. We have many victims who sadly fall into embarrassment and depression, and they don't report it. But what they're doing is helping the criminals scam the next person. If you report it, we can stop it sooner. Don't be afraid. Don't be ashamed. Call law enforcement. Finally, in many states, victims are told, sorry, you fell for a crypto scam, your money is gone forever. But in Florida, that is not the case. We have the tools, people, training, and resolve to investigate, fight for justice, and help you recover your stolen funds. So thank you, Attorney General, for the support that you give our unit.
Thank you, JP. Yeah, our statewide prosecution office, they do an absolutely incredible job. They kind of have had an internal motto that they handle everything from blood and guts to paper cuts, from large scale cartel gang and other violent crimes, statewide crimes, all the way to cyber fraud and high financial crimes. They really do run the range, but I guess we're going to have to add something, maybe make it blood, guts, paper cuts, and digital bucks as we've moved into a new digital space here where the world is only going to continue to go. So I want to thank them for their work on violent crimes. The office is up over 60% in prosecutions just in the last year since I've been here. When it comes to child crimes, we're prosecuting 3 to 4 times the number of cases we were before. Over 400 convictions just in the last year alone. So again, we're putting our money where our mouth is. We're making an example. If you commit crimes in Florida, you are going to pay the price. You're going to go away for a long time. So thanks to everybody. It means a lot that you're here. Thanks for the work you do. We got time for a couple questions if anybody has any. Easy day. I love it. All right. God bless everybody. Thank you.
Attorney General James Uthmeyer and the Marion County Sheriff speaking earlier today at that news conference. Give you a live look right now inside the room. Look at all those microphones where we're awaiting to hear one of the accuser of Congressman Eric Swallwell. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. My monitor just went out. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. More than a dozen microphones there at this news conference that's set to begin in just a couple of minutes. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. It is 12:33. This news conference out of California getting ready to begin, where we expect to hear from a woman making sexual misconduct allegations against Eric Swallwell, Democratic congressman who has since resigned and suspended his run for California governor as well. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Anna will be reading a statement. Eric Fudali and I will also have statements. Lana will not be answering questions. Eric Fudali and I will be answering questions after the statements. Thank you all for coming. Lana?
Hello, everyone.
Get closer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lana Drews. In 2018, while I was living and working as a model in Beverly Hills, and I also owned a fashion software company, I had contact with Eric Swallwell on 3 separate occasions after meeting him socially. He offered me connections to further my software company, and I also had an interest in local politics. He invited me to 2 public events. I knew he was married at the time and that his wife was pregnant. He was my friend. On the 3rd occasion, I believe he drugged my drink. I only had 1 glass of wine. We were supposed to go to a political event, and he said he needed to get paperwork from his hotel room. When I arrived at his hotel room, I was already incapacitated, and I couldn't move my arms or my body. He raped me, and he choked me. And while he was choking me, I lost consciousness. And I thought I died. I did not consent to any sexual activity. Although I did not undergo a rape kit at the time, I disclosed the assault to the people closest to me. I also recorded these events in my handwritten calendar. The assault and its impact were later documented during my therapy sessions at a sexual assault center in Connecticut. It had a profound impact on my mental health. I self-medicated in an unhealthy way. I did not want to live anymore. I cried all the time for years. At the time, I was in a dating relationship with a boyfriend I was fully committed to. I've never cheated in my life, and I would never have engaged in a consensual sexual encounter with Eric Swallwell. That reality further underscores the non-consensual nature of what occurred. It was a politically unusual and intense time in Beverly Hills, and I was considering a run for city council, which placed me in proximity to political figures and events and added to the pressure to remain composed and silent. Eric was aware I owned a software company, and he spoke repeatedly about his ability to make introductions in Silicon Valley, referencing his political representation and influence there. I was not interested in him romantically, but I was interested in the business relationship and professional connections he offered to provide. My delay in taking action against Eric was driven by fear, not doubt. Fear of his political power, his background as an attorney, and his family law enforcement ties. I have never doubted what happened. I stand with the other women who have come forward, and I will be making a report to law enforcement shortly with my attorneys.
I think you have to switch places with Eric.
Hello, my name is Eric Fudali. I'm a partner and I'm the managing attorney of the Bloom firm, and I'm very proud here to represent Lana. Mr. Swallwell and others have suggested that the allegations against him have or may have political motivations. Those on the other side of the aisle have already begun exploiting his accusers for political gain. I want to say very clearly that neither myself, Lisa, nor Lana care or concern ourselves with the political affiliation of the accused or how these allegations may or may not affect a political campaign or a career. This is about much more than politics, and belittling such serious allegations is offensive to Lana and the victims everywhere. This is not about Democrat versus Republican. This is about accountability versus silence. This is not about the pursuit of governor. This is about the pursuit of justice. This is not about whether you're on the right side or the left side of the aisle. This is about whether you're on the right side or the left side of justice, truth, and accountability. This is not about the end of a campaign or congressional service. This is about the end of exploitation and the abuse of power, political or otherwise. Lisa and I have dedicated our careers to fighting the power in the name of justice, regardless of the politics of the perpetrator. My hope is that this message both encourages others who are suffering in silence to stand up and fight, and also I hope this encourages the grossly politicized American public and politicians to put politics aside when it comes to allegations like these and stand up for what is right and not what is just politically convenient. Thank you.
Hi, I am attorney Lisa Bloom, and I'm very proud to represent the very brave and strong woman sitting next to me today, Lana Drews. Lana deserves what all women deserve: autonomy over her own body. Every minute of every hour of every day of her life, her body is hers to control. And no man, no matter his position of power or station in life, ever has the right to make that decision for her. As her attorney, I have advised Lana of her legal rights. Immediately, we will be filing a police report with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office, which is the law enforcement agency that has jurisdiction over incidents that happen in West Hollywood. Lana is committed to fully cooperating with law enforcement, and we will do everything possible to assist and support her in that. We will be providing all of her evidence there, including text messages, journal entries, photograph, and witness information. We will encourage the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Office to fully and promptly investigate her complaint. We will also cooperate with any other law enforcement agencies who are investigating Mr. Swallwell. For example, the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which we understand has already opened an investigation, because Lana and our law firm are here not just for her, but for the other women, to be helpful in any way that we can. We will not rest until we get justice for Lana. I want to say something now directly to Mr. Swallwell. Your recent statement that you are just not perfect, you are not a saint, is just blather and spin. Stop it. Your statement that this is all just a matter between you and your wife is laughable, if not for the fact that it is a slap in the face to the victims. Your statement yesterday that you just made, quote, mistakes in judgment is defensive and minimizing. Stop it. Own your behavior. To any other women out there who want to talk to us, and I have received messages from other women, we are here to talk to you. To anyone else who is a witness who wants to talk to us, we are here and we want to talk to you. Of course, for free and confidentially. I am very easy to reach via my website, thebloomfirm.com. Supporting women like Lana, who stand with the other women and who show such tremendous courage, is my absolute pleasure. Questions?
Could you please spell your client's name and also
Yes.
tell us when this occurred?
It happened in 2018, as she said. Her name is Lana, Lonna, Drews, Drews.
How many people have reached out to you that you just mentioned? And have you heard from Mr. Swallwell? He says he's going to fight these allegations. So
3 other women have reached out to me just since I announced this press conference yesterday. I have not heard from Mr. Swallwell, no.
Swallwell has dropped out of the race for governor. He's resigned from Congress. What's the next form of justice for you? Because those would be what people would say. That's the political motivation. What's justice now?
Justice now are the criminal investigations. So losing one's job is not a sufficient consequence for these types of allegations. We feel that the criminal investigations are the priority.
So Lisa, are you representing both civilly and criminally, and do you think that Eric Swallwell should face criminal charges for this incident?
We are making a report to law enforcement. We're encouraging them to fully investigate. That is the priority right now.
Will you be filing that today? Will you be going to law?
We will be going immediately. Immediately.
What's your message to Swallwell's wife and children, his family, who's going through this right now?
You know, I have nothing but sympathy for his wife and his children. I'm sure this is a very difficult time for them.
And the 3 women you say who reached out to you, are they based in California or are they elsewhere?
I'm not going to provide any additional details or information about the 3 who have already reached out.
What legal hurdles do you anticipate in this investigation?
I mean, that'll be up to the law enforcement. Our priority at this point is just to make sure that Lana makes the complaint, makes the report to law enforcement. How they handle the investigation, their strategy, and what hurdles they may, they may find is up to them.
Lisa, often these victims, these women feel that no one will listen to them, no one will believe them. When this news broke over the weekend, did this give your client the feeling that someone would finally listen and it was time to come forward?
Thank you, Jim. You know, I think we've all learned enough to know now that when it comes to sexual assault allegations, it takes time for women or any victim to process what happened, to understand how to deal with the trauma, to work through it, and to get to a point where she is strong enough to come forward. It takes time. That's why the law has extended statutes of limitations, time deadlines to file, because the law recognizes that sexual assault allegations are different, and it just takes time. So for Lana, now is the time. And even now, it's very difficult, but she's doing it.
Ms. Drews, had you followed Eric Swallwell's political career, and if you're comfortable talking a little bit about how that made you feel, and you know, just kind of seeing his face?
She's not going to be answering any questions.
Okay.
She had her statement. But
Can you answer
thank you.
that?
Thank you. Was she following his career? I don't know.
Ms. Bloom, I guess some who know Mr. Swallwell have suggested that he was living a secret life, a double life, and they were absolutely gobsmacked at all the accusations that have come. Whether in this particular instance, or perhaps in your experience, is that usually the case, that people who are around someone like him are just totally in the dark on this, or are there clues? Are there people who should have known something was wrong?
Well, it is very common when someone is multiply accused of sexual misconduct that the people around them don't know. That's very common. Or any kind of crimes. People on the street often say, I had no idea. So I think that's pretty common.
Do you have a message for the social media content creators who started publishing some of these allegations and helped these women to realize maybe for the first time that they were not alone in what happened?
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the women on social media, to the women who have already come forward, to anyone who has been an advocate, anyone who has assisted. It's very hard to do this by yourself. And anyone who can support women, who can help them, who can advocate, who can speak out, it makes a tremendous difference. So thank you.
And I'll add to that. There's a phenomenon we see in our line of work. It's called collective empowerment, that when one woman comes forward or one victim comes forward against their abuser, it often empowers, like a domino effect, multiple other women to come forward. This is why Lisa and myself are always encouraging women to come forward, stop suffering in silence, because not only are you saving yourself, but you're also saving someone who you are empowering, who you will probably never meet, to come forward and step up and start fighting against their abuser.
Lisa, you said that you're going to ask the Sheriff's Department to investigate the case, and
Yes.
you're going to cooperate with other entities, law enforcement agencies.
Correct.
What is the final objective of this? What do you want to
Justice.
see? What do you want to see him?
Justice, that's the final objective. Justice for Lana. Yes?
Can you describe where that photo was from? And
Yes.
can you give us any more details about the text messages or any evidence?
So this is a photograph that we've enlarged, obviously. It was the opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, in 2018, and it's one of the times that Lana described where she met with Eric Swallwell.
Will the firm be releasing any additional supplemental material to the media?
Not to the media, to the sheriff's office. We will be providing all of our evidence to the sheriff's
Can you repeat what you said about the
office.
picture? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
So this was the opening of a restaurant called Avra, A-V-R-A, where this is Ms. Drews, this is Mr. Swallwell, in 2018.
How many times have the two seen each other or met each other?
Right, so 3 times, as she said in her statement. There was no contact after the
Would
incident.
this be the first time law enforcement is contacted?
By us? Yes,
By
yes,
Ms.
yes. Okay? Okay.
Could you react? We have 2 congressmen now resigning before expulsion, and just a reaction to that before he's moving forward.
Enough is enough. Of course, anyone in a position of power who is credibly accused of abusing a woman or anyone should step down. Of course, it should never happen in the first place. I think the American public is sick and tired of these stories, and I'm sick and tired of women being victimized by men in power. Enough is enough. It's really appalling. I'm glad at least these 2 have stepped down. There are 2 more who are being investigated in Congress for misconduct and facing expulsion. I can say briefly about Mr. Swallwell resigning from Congress yesterday. I do not, in my opinion, see that as an act of accountability at all. I see it as an effort to avoid the expulsion hearing that was coming, because once he steps down, the Ethics Committee no longer has jurisdiction to impose consequences on him. So even though he made some kind of a statement about, I made mistakes, et cetera, very vague, not really owning up to anything, certainly not apologizing to women, I believe that was the reason why he stepped down, to avoid that hearing. However, there are other consequences, such as law enforcement, and that's what we're doing now.
What would you consider accountability?
Justice via the criminal justice system.
But also civil?
Right now, we're focusing on the criminal justice system. We think that's the most
Could
appropriate.
you be a little more specific in justice? Can you tell us what exactly you're looking for?
I'm not, because once you make a report to law enforcement, it is in their hands. We can control what we can control, which is we will answer all of their questions, we will cooperate, we will provide all of the evidence. And then the LA County Sheriff's Office and the Los Angeles District Attorneys will make a decision that they feel is appropriate. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
It's a news conference in Southern California coming to an end. You heard Enough is Enough, talking not just about this case, but about other sexual misconduct cases of involving people in power. You see the two attorneys walking out with the accuser, Lana Drews, who says she met Eric Swallwell 3 times, including one time in 2018, where she believes that he drugged her drink and then raped her. Again, that happened back in 2018, and we heard from attorneys talking about the difficulty and the time it takes to be able to come forward, but they said now is the time. And so the intent is to file a police report with investigators in Southern California immediately, they said, and for the start of a criminal investigation. They also plan to provide evidence to investigators, fully cooperate, including text messages and other things as well. You saw the photo that was in the background there from a restaurant opening in 2018, one of the 3 times that this accuser says she met Eric Swallwell, saying they're looking for accountability and justice, that their concern in this is not politics. Eric Swallwell was mounting a campaign for governor in California. He has since dropped out of that race. He has also announced his resignation for his seat in Congress, and you heard the attorney's take on that, obviously putting an end to House ethics investigation into this. We also heard attorney Lisa Bloom call some of his statements a slap in the face and telling Eric Swallwell to, quote, own your behavior. So those the allegations that were outlined, and just the start now of a process, a legal process that will go on in Southern California. And you heard them calling for the justice and accountability that they hope to see through this. Meanwhile, let me show you the statement that has been put out by Congressman Eric Swallwell on his announcement about his resignation. This is his statement posted on social media. I'm deeply sorry to my family, staff, and constituents for mistakes in judgment I've made in my past. I will fight the serious false allegation made against me. However, I must take responsibility and ownership for the mistakes I did make. I am aware of efforts to bring an immediate expulsion vote against me and other members. Expelling anyone in Congress without due process within days of an allegation being made is wrong, but it's also wrong for my constituents to have me distracted from my duties. Therefore, I plan to resign my seat in Congress. I'll work with my staff in the coming days to ensure they're able, in my absence, to serve the needs of the good people of the 14th Congressional District. So that statement was from Eric Swallwell on social media just yesterday in announcing his intent to resign from Congress. Well, we are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A hearing today in Bradenton where several members of Congress held a field hearing. It's a field hearing for the House Committee of Ways and Means. So a U.S. House committee holding a health subcommittee hearing looking at a modernized approach to health care. Heard witnesses from several across Florida who work in the health field talking about how that technology and a modern approach to healthcare can help things specifically with chronic disease prevention, and also how innovation can help patients here across the state of Florida, but also across the country. I want to play for you a little bit of that hearing. You're going to hear some opening remarks from Republican Congressman Vern Buchanan from Florida. This was just a little bit ago.
And talked to quite a few of the members up here. They're interested in taking a look at this. They want to see if they can get a place here as well. So I'm thrilled. I mean that personally. I'm thrilled to hold this important hearing focused on prevention and healthy living. As I speak about often, Americans spend more dollars on health care than any other nation, yet our country's getting sicker. We spent over $5 trillion, not billion, but $5 trillion on health care, yet 6 in 10 Americans have at least one chronic disease. Chronic disease like diseases, the diabetic, cancer, obesity, are the leading causes of death in our country. When we look at the obesity rate, about 20% of children are obese. Compared to in our generation, it was 3%. That's shocking to me because a lot of times you can't, as many of you know, the doctors, if you're overweight and everything when you're young, that follows you a lot of times. 30% of adults are obese, disqualifying them from military service, those from, let's say, 20 to 30, and at least 40% of adults are obese. So obesity is projected to result in as much as $9 trillion in excess medical expenses. We must think about health care in this country differently. Patients and taxpayers are depending on it. We must train the next generation of doctors, and they do such a great job here, but it's really critical to prevent chronic diseases and focus on nutrition and healthier lifestyles. We must also support a healthcare system that values prevention, not reaction. Instead of fee-for-service, we need to have something based on outcomes and values. I believe new technology will also play a key critical role on that in terms of prevention. Ultimately, I want people to be the CEO of their own health. I look forward to highlighting how my congressional district is supporting prevention and healthy living. I look forward to discussing ways to improve the health of Americans.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman, and thanks for having us. It's awesome to be at home and have a congressional hearing. I grew up like 15, 20 minutes from here. My district's just south. It's great to be back in Southwest Florida. I want to thank all of you that do great things to make this area great, and I look forward to the testimony and the questions. So thanks for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Stubbe. I'd like to recognize our other member from Florida delegation, Congressman Bean, for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Very good morning to you. Good morning, Ways and Means Committee, and what a big deal it is to have you here. Ladies and gentlemen, you're here. You'll always get to say, I was there that day they met on the porch. And if you're not wearing a hat, you should. My mom will tell you, protect your skin. That's a little bit of health knowledge right there. For my colleagues that have traveled all across the country, they've asked me something, and I want to explain it right now. They've asked me, what's different? It feels different. It smells different. I can't quite put my finger on it. I can tell you what it is, members. It's freedom. That's exactly what it is. For all of us here, we know hanging out in the free state of Florida, we enjoy it every day. So the weather's a bonus too, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the free state of Florida.
Thank you, Mr. Bean. I now introduce our witnesses. Dr. Kaufman, and we're very excited about, you mentioned, been 20, 25 years here, and with the institution, you guys have done incredible work, so thank you personally. Christopher Davis, and we've got a chance to become friends, but we want to be better friends going forward. He's focused on longevity and prevention. Dr. Odds, he was the medical director of Manatee Surgical Alliance. Dr. Who is the president and CEO of Moffitt Cancer Center. And Scott Darius is the executive director of Florida Voices for Health. Thank you for joining us today. Your written statements will be made part of the record, and each of you have 5 minutes to deliver your remarks. And Dr. Kaufman, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Chairman, ranking members, and distinguished members of the committee. I'd like to really thank you for this opportunity to testify today and to share the work of the Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine and the osteopathic medical profession. I serve as Dean at Lake Erie College of Osteopathic Medicine in Bradenton and began my career as a physician assistant. Came back to LECOM in 2000, got my DO degree. I'm board certified in family medicine, and I've been with LECOM in medical education for 25 years. It's an honor to contribute to this important conversation about modern medical training and innovative care in the American people. At LECOM, our mission is clear. We're here to prepare the next generation of healthcare professionals through 4 pillars of excellence. That's excellence in education, clinical care, research, and community service, with the goal of improving health outcomes for all humanity. This mission is reflected daily in how we educate our students, care for our patients, and partner with the communities we train and serve in. LECOM was founded in response to a national need for physicians and a more responsive model to medical education. We've embraced the innovation as a practical necessity to meet workforce shortages through our colleges of medicine, School of Pharmacy, dentistry, podiatry, and health services administration. One of the most distinctive elements of LECOM's approach is its commitment to multiple adult learning pathways. Our problem-based learning pathway places students in small groups where they learn through clinical cases, mirroring how physicians diagnose and treat patients, promoting knowledge acquisition, communication, and critical thinking skills. LECOM's pioneered accelerated, cost-conscious medical education, helping to reduce student debt while maintaining a rigorous academic standard. In addition to maintaining one of the lowest tuitions for private nonprofit medical schools in the U.S., our primary care scholars pathway for students dedicated to primary care specialties, our accelerated physician assistant pathway, the only program of its kind in the U.S. for PAs who seek to become physicians, and the accelerated pharmacy pathway allow completion of medical school and pharmacy school in 3 instead of the traditional 4 years, cutting costs by 25% for our students. By lowering the financial barriers, we enable more students to pursue healthcare careers, especially in primary care. LECOM's educational philosophy is grounded in osteopathic medicine of treating the whole person, mind, body, and spirit, with an emphasis on preventative care. This holistic approach aligns closely with national priorities to maintain healthy lifestyles and nutrition, improve preventative care, and lessen the impact of chronic disease. Our programs emphasize primary care, community engagement, and service learning. And actually, in fact, we have LECOM, 60% of our medical students enter into the much-needed primary care specialties while practicing in rural and underserved areas. The United States faces a critical need for a larger, better prepared healthcare workforce. LECOM addresses these challenges both through scale and innovation. As the largest medical college in the nation, LECOM has expanded access to medical education while maintaining a strong focus on quality and outcomes. Through the tenets and following the tenets of osteopathic medicine, our admissions process go beyond just grades and performance on qualifying examinations. We look holistically at all aspects of the applicant. In fact, LECOM is one of only a handful of medical schools that has an alternative to the MCAT. The LECOM Academic Index score allows applicants to apply for and be admitted to the medical school without an MCAT. This approach has led us to exceptional board outcomes and to a 99.4 to 100% residency placement for the last 8 years. LECOM's impact extends beyond the classroom through its integrative academic health system by aligning education with service. LECOM creates a feedback loop in which training programs directly respond to the community health needs. The work of the institutions like LECOM highlight several opportunities for policymakers, support for innovation and medical education models that reduce the cost and expand access, focus on preventative health care, including nutrition, and rather than the reactive care that we often see, and investment in primary care in underserved communities. Public policy plays a critical role in enabling institutions to scale these innovations by aligning incentives with outcomes such as improved population health, reduced costs, and workforce expansion. We can build a healthcare system that better serves all Americans. In closing, we stand as an example of how innovative education, community engagement, and integrative care delivery can come together to improve lives. We're proud to contribute to the health of the communities here in Florida and across the nation, and look forward to continuing to work with policymakers to ensure that every American has access to high-quality, compassionate, and effective health care. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Dr. Davis. You're next, but I did want to mention we're very excited about what you're doing, longevity and prevention. You're a leader in this area, in this region, and we're very excited. I hear that from a lot of your patients, frankly. So you're up.
Well, Mr. Chairman, ranking member, and distinguished members of the committee, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, first of all, to speak to all of you guys. I want to begin with a story. It's a story of a little African-American boy growing up in a small country town in Virginia with one stoplight. When he was just 7 years old, the little boy faced a life-threatening health crisis, and his appendix ruptured, and the complications nearly took his life. He was hospitalized for weeks with tubes coming from every orifice of his body. It was terrifying. But because of the two noble surgeons, Dr. Teague and Dr. Gaylord, he survived. And during that illness, lying in that hospital bed, that little boy made a decision that would shape the rest of his life. He decided that one day he would become a doctor so that he could care for others the way those doctors had cared for him. Obviously, that little boy was me. Fast forward 30 years. After 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency, 1 year of chief residency, 2 years of NIH fellowship, 2 years of cardiology fellowship, and a year of interventional cardiology fellowship, I had achieved that dream. I'd become an interventional cardiologist. I was in the cath lab opening blocked arteries, treating heart attacks, responding to cardiac arrests, saving lives in the most critical moments. But by every traditional standard, I'd made it. Mission accomplished, or I thought. Because after about a decade of practice, I began to notice something deeply troubling. Too many of the same patients were coming back through the revolving door of our healthcare system with the same chronic illnesses, the same preventable complications, and the same fear. That's when I had to confront the hard truth. I was not truly practicing healthcare. I was practicing disease management or sick care. I realized that our system is incredibly advanced when it comes to treating illnesses. After it happens, we have a remarkable technology. We perform extraordinary procedures. We can do things in medicine today that would have seemed miraculous just decades ago. And yet, despite all of that, Americans are getting sicker. Chronic disease is rising. Metabolic dysfunction is rising. Cardiovascular disease remains the leading cause of death. And perhaps the most concerning of all, we have unintentionally created a system where patients often feel powerless. They're told what they have, they're given prescriptions, but they're rarely given an understanding. They're rarely given a roadmap. They are rarely taught why their disease developed in the first place, and they're rarely empowered to take control of their own health. That realization changed everything for me. In 2018, I took a leap of faith. I had to start over. I founded Reveal Vitality and Longevity Institute because I believed there had to be a better way to deliver true health care. A simple but radical idea guided that decision. What if we stopped waiting for disease and started identifying risk before it became irreversible? What if we asked not just what was happening, but why it was happening? What if we taught patients how nutrition, sleep, movement, stress, toxin exposure, and other lifestyle factors directly influence the development of this chronic disease? Today, that is exactly how I practice. Instead of relying solely on traditional labs, we go deeper. We use personalized, precision-based approaches, including genetic testing, micronutrient analysis, cardiometabolic biomarkers, and environmental toxin testing. I pause. We look upstream, and we involve patients in the process. The results can be profound. I've seen patients reverse metabolic dysfunction. I've seen patients regain energy, clarity, and hope. But what has moved me most is this. I've watched people go from fear to understanding the ownership of their own health. This is what healthcare should look like. But there's a problem. This level of care is still out of reach of far too many Americans. The people who need prevention the most often have least access to it. Underserved communities are often hit the hardest by chronic disease, yet they are least likely to have access to the time, testing, education, and early intervention that could change the course of their lives. This is not just a healthcare problem. This is a moral problem. Healthcare should not be a system that profits most when people get sicker. It should be a system that invests in keeping people well. If we truly want to modernize healthcare in America, then we must be willing to change what we value. We must reward prevention, not just procedures. We must reimburse for identifying risk early, not just treating disease late. We must support physicians in educating patients, not just moving them through the system. And we must build a healthcare model that gives every American, regardless of their income or zip code, a real opportunity to live a healthier life. Because in the end, the goal is not simply to help people live longer, it's to help them live better. With more energy, with more clarity, with more independence, with more dignity. If we truly want to empower Americans to have a healthier life, then we must stop waiting for disease and start investing in health. The question is not...
Emotional testimony in this committee meeting earlier today about modernizing healthcare being held in the field in Bradenton. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Some interesting findings from new polling out this week showing that independent voters are more often siding with Democrats, and some interesting discussion about what this might mean for the future of Florida. We know we've been in a period where Republicans have had a strong hold when it comes to elections, but what does this mean for future trends? This polling from Edge Communications and MDW Communications out this week. And so joining us live now to help us make sense of this and talk a little bit about these trends and where things go from here, we've got Professor Aubrey Jewett, a UCF political science professor, joining us live now. And Dr. Jewett, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, nice to be on today, Garrett.
So what? First of all, just what do you make of this? Is this surprising at all to see these numbers showing independents kind of breaking sharply for Democrats as opposed to Republicans?
Not shocking, although I will say the extent of the shift is maybe a little surprising. I mean, it's not shocking in one way because we have seen across the country in a number of special elections, Democrats are outperforming Republicans compared to how they did 2 years ago. And we saw it in the midterm elections that were held in Virginia and New Jersey, where Democrats did quite well and won governor's races. But most of the polling and things that I've seen here from Florida did suggest that Democrats were doing better, but none of the polls have shown Democrats basically either even or even doing a little better than Republicans. And so that's the part that's maybe surprising, particularly if you look over the last 5 years and you see that Republicans now have a 1.5 million voter lead, about a 10 or 11% edge in voter registration. And here these polls are suggesting, because independents are swinging so heavily towards Democrats, that Democrats actually have a fighting chance in a number of these elections.
Is this just typical midterm pushback against the party in power, or do you think there's more to it?
I think it's a combination of both. We do know from a lot of political science research and just political history that the president's party loses seats in the midterm election. It happens almost every time. There's maybe a handful of cases in the last 25 midterm elections where the president's party stayed the same or even gained a few. Almost every other one, they lost seats. But those losses are really exacerbated if the president is unpopular. And I think that's what's really telling the tale here right now, is that nationally, we certainly know that President Trump's polling has been underwater, meaning that he's about 20% less popular than popular, right? I mean, it's really quite big nationally. But in Florida, the polling has been a bit more mixed. This one, though, shows that, especially among independents, well, overall, it shows that he's underwater in Florida by 4, 5, 6 points. But that despite Republicans mostly sticking with him, Democrats so firmly against him, and those independents or NPA voters so strongly against him, that's what's making the difference right now.
Should that be a warning sign for Republicans that if the president's approval rating is underwater, even here in Florida, where we know he has been very popular?
Most definitely. Yeah. I mean, if you're a Republican and you're running for office, or if you're a Republican Party official, or even if just a registered Republican interested in politics, this is definitely a warning sign. Now, on the other hand, I will say, we're still many months away from the actual election. And so this is a snapshot in time and things could change. So that's sort of the caveats. But the warning side for sure is there. I mean, Florida seemed like, and I have described it as such, and as have most political scientists and political historians and pundits, has become a red state, seemingly, right? Because registration has turned so Republican, and Republican statewide victories were double digits last time. But maybe, I mean, it would be pretty ironic that despite all those changes in Florida no longer being classified as like the most competitive swing state, if indeed we ended up actually being competitive, it would even be more, this would be a little shocking. It would even be more shocking if Democrats weren't just competitive, but if they were actually able to win, say, a governor's race or a Senate race or a cabinet race like Attorney General. I mean, that really would be shocking after the trends we've seen in the last couple of years. And it would mostly be tied to, President Trump right now is just really, really unpopular. The economy's not doing well. People are really concerned about affordability. That's what this survey showed, but what many other surveys have shown as well. But he's not doing that well on almost any other issue besides the economy as well. Epstein files suspended, disaster for him, abortion rights. The majority don't agree with his position there. So, Republicans, it's not time to panic, but you definitely better not take Florida for granted. You better get out there and work like it still was a competitive swing state, because this poll suggests maybe it is, despite this Republican registration advantage.
And the governor's race, let's talk about that for a minute, because it shows in a matchup between Byron Donalds on the Republican side and David Jolly on the Democratic side, essentially a dead heat, well within the polls' margin of error. What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was quite interesting. I will say that several other early polls that I have seen didn't have it that close.
Right.
It was not a blowout by any means. And even those earlier polls were giving Democrats some hope, because they were like, hey, we're within 5, 6, 7 points, and there's a bunch of people that are undecided. Considering everything, that's not a bad place to be. But this poll actually showed it pretty much a dead heat, a coin flip within like 1 point. And that really, if these results are accurate for the time being, that really should bolster Democrats somewhat, to make them feel like, okay, we've got a chance. And, some of this is a self-fulfilling prophecy, because if Democrats in Florida feel like there's no shot, and particularly the wealthy financial people that can provide money feel like there's no shot, then they don't invest. But if there is a perception that maybe Florida is competitive, and that maybe Democrats really have a chance, and the main thing they are going to need is resources, then you begin to see those people with money who can afford to donate hundreds of thousands of dollars to these outside political committees. Maybe they start donating, and then Democrats really do become competitive, right? So if they don't have the resources, they won't be. But if they can get some resources, this poll suggests that at the worst, they will be very competitive, but at the best, they might have some shocking upsets.
And a couple of the other, big statewide races, including the Attorney General's race and then the Senate seat as well, not quite as close as that governor's race, but still pretty close there. What might explain the difference in those kind of margins at this point, do you think?
Yeah, and I think, for the governor's race and the U.S. Senate race, for all practical purposes, statistically speaking, they're about the same. They're within 1 or 2 points. I mean, there are some differences there, but it's mostly, for both of those races, it's really just about name recognition this far ahead of time. And then A, did the voter or potential voter know the name? And then B, do they sort of have a positive feeling or negative feeling about the name? And that's mostly what you're measuring right now. I will say the one that stood out that was just a little different was the Attorney General's race, where the Democrat was actually ahead by like 3 points or something like that. And to me, that one was a little surprising, mainly because although our current Attorney General is not the incumbent elected official, James Othmeier is appointed by the governor to fill a vacancy. The fact of the matter is, he is the current Attorney General, and he's been doing a lot of stuff to stay in the news. But according to this poll, that is actually not helped him. Maybe people know him a little better, but they're not. The fact that the margin for Democrats is a little bit wider here than the other races suggests that he definitely has his work cut out for him.
And you mentioned some of the issues that are on voters' minds, according to this poll from Edge and MDW Communications. Mainly looking at economic issues, affordability, property insurance, property taxes, the things that we hear in poll after poll are really kind of at the top of mind, those together. Also interesting to see corruption near the top of that list. And so what are the challenges for the two parties in kind of trying to win these issues?
Yeah, and when I lecture in my state government class, my American government class, and my Florida politics class, which I did today, I had Florida politics a little earlier today, I always remind the students that when the economy is bad, or when it's at least perceived as bad, it always becomes the number one issue in voters' minds. And that's what we're seeing right now. Affordability. People are really feeling the pinch. And unfortunately for Republicans and Donald Trump, fortunately for Democrats and their candidates, the average voter really doesn't see much of an improvement in the economy after a year, right? I mean, this is one of the main reasons Donald Trump won, and that Republicans were able to take control of the House and Senate up in Washington, D.C. in particular, was because so many people were concerned about inflation. And President Trump, said that they were going to turn this around. Well, for most voters, they just don't see it yet, and they're really concerned. And this is particularly true of Florida voters, where affordability is just is really bad. We have seen housing prices zoom. We have seen rental prices zoom. And in fact, I just read a study the other day that Florida was one of the worst places in the country for rentals because prices are so high and our wages are so low. And so you put all that together and it's bad news for the incumbent party. Because again, this is voters usually blame the incumbents when the economy's not doing well, and then they look for a change. It helped Republicans and Trump in the last election. As of this minute, it looks like it's going to strongly help Democrats nationwide and particularly in Florida.
So bottom line for us, what we learn in this poll, because we have heard for months from Florida Democrats saying, Florida's in play, Florida's in play. Is it time to take that seriously?
Yes, I would say so. I think that Florida was going to be competitive. And again, even some of the earlier polls that showed Republicans with a lead suggested it still might be competitive. But this poll, and I might add, it had like 1,800 respondents. So that's a lot. It also made sure that it had about 10% higher Republicans and Democrats for turnout, which is probably true as well. So when you take all that into account, this poll really does suggest that Democrats have a reason for optimism in Florida, more so than they've had in a long time. And that Republicans, again, I don't think they will be panicking, but that they really will be taking this seriously and saying, look, we need to run these races. We can't just say we're going to spend all the money in other states because Florida's an easy for sure thing. Instead, we are going to have to invest the time and resources and money. Otherwise, Democrats may win, and Democrats possibly could win anyway, right? I mean, that's what this poll suggests.
How do Republicans kind of counteract some of those headwinds?
Well, traditionally in a midterm election, because they're so nationalized and the president's party is the one that's going to lose seats, is that you usually see candidates try to denationalize it, right? They run away from the presidential candidate. So in this case, it might mean that you might have a number of Republicans trying to look at local issues, Florida specific issues, and if not running away from Trump, maybe at least keeping him at arm's length, right? There was a time when every Republican would say, oh yeah, we would want Trump to show up at a fundraiser. We would want him to, campaign with us or something like that. I suspect that many Republicans will not be doing that this time around, right? I mean, they won't like disrespect Trump or something like that because they don't want to alienate their own Republican base, which this poll shows is still firmly behind the president here in Florida. But sort of politics 101, political campaigning 101 would say you need to distance yourself from the unpopular figure. And in this case, because it's a midterm election for president, that means you distance yourself from this unpopular president when you're running and try to highlight local issues, or if you're a longtime incumbent, try to highlight your service to the district or the community, and also try to highlight the specific bread and butter things that Floridians are looking for that would help with affordability, right? Propose things that actually make sense as opposed to maybe some of the things that President Trump has done make counterintuitive sense, like raising tariffs, which most economists think actually is going to raise prices, not lower them. It might in the long run help manufacturing, but in the short run, it's hurting prices. Same thing with declaring a war on Iran and seeing gas prices jump up $1, right? For the average Floridian and for the average person running for office, they might want to distance themselves from some of those things.
So that could be an interesting dynamic then in the governor's race, especially because we've got a candidate, Byron Donalds, who has been endorsed by Trump and has been using that to gain leverage for the Republican primary, which, he doesn't want to be a competitive one.
Right.
But so then that's an interesting tightrope to walk when you've got to win a primary and then, just a few weeks later face off in the general where Trump may not, having that Trump endorsement may not be helpful.
Excellent point. And absolutely, within the Republican primary, this poll suggests that Trump's endorsement is still very powerful and important. And so for Byron Donalds, yeah, I mean, he still is going to highlight that and try to keep Trump on his side, right? I mean, he'll be doubly sure not to do anything to upset Trump, I'm sure. But again, even for somebody that's as closely aligned as Byron Donalds, when they run their commercials, I suspect they will not be highlighted. They won't be having lots of pictures of him and Donald Trump together and saying, I got Trump's endorsement. Instead, he will probably talk specifically about Florida issues that have to do with affordability and plug those over and over again without mentioning Trump. And as you said, it's a little bit of a tightrope, and certainly Democrats, if they have the money to run ads, are not going to let him easily disassociate himself from Trump. They will probably be running ad after ads, tying them together. So, I mean, that certainly would be, again, the conventional strategy for Democrats in this case.
Going to be interesting to see. Dr. Aubrey Jewett, UCF political science professor, always good talking with you. Thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus today.
Absolutely, Garrett. Nice talking with you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here. I want to get you inside a courtroom in Orange County where we're getting ready for a plea and sentencing hearing for a teenage suspect who has been charged in the death of a 23-year-old man back in 2023. This is a hearing for Yaxiel Lebron-Flores, about to enter a no contest plea for running through a red light in a stolen car in 2023 and causing a deadly crash that killed 23-year-old Christian Romero. So let's go ahead and listen in as this hearing gets underway.
All right. Sir, I'm going to ask you some questions. You can put your hand down if you would like. If you could please start by stating your name and date of birth.
Yaxiel Lebron-Flores, May 12, 2007.
All right. As you sit here today, are you under the influence of any drugs, medications, or alcohol?
No, Your Honor.
Do you suffer from or have you ever been diagnosed with a mental illness?
No, Your Honor.
And what is your highest level of education?
High school diploma.
All right. Have a copy of the plea forms? Score sheet.
Yes.
Can you read and write in English?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm holding in my hand a plea form that has been handed to me by your lawyer. Have you had an opportunity to review it and go through it with your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions about it that you have not had a chance to ask your lawyer?
No, Your Honor.
On each of the pages of this document, there are numbered paragraphs with a spot for you to initial, indicating that the document has been read and understood. Did you personally initial the document?
Yes, Your Honor.
Last page has 2 spots for you to sign. Did you personally sign?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that by entering into a plea today, you are giving up certain rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have the right to a trial by jury. You would be presumed innocent. The state would have to prove your guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Your lawyer could be with you at the trial, could call witnesses on your behalf, could cross-examine the state's witnesses, if need be, could have the court compel witnesses to come on your behalf. You would have the right to remain silent or to choose to testify. If you chose to remain silent, I would instruct the jury that they could not consider that in determining your guilt. Do you understand that you are giving up these rights by entering into a plea today?
Yes, Your Honor.
Has anybody forced you, threatened you, or coerced you in any way to enter into a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
Are you doing so freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Not saying that you are not, but do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, entry of the plea could subject you to being deported?
Yes, Your Honor.
Not saying that you are, but do you understand that if you have ever been determined to be a sexually motivated offender, entering into the plea could subject you to involuntary commitment once you have completed your sentence?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Factual basis from the state?
Yes, Your Honor. On Sunday, April 23rd of 2023 at approximately 4:34 a.m., the defendant was traveling south on Dean Road. There was video taken by his front passenger that shows that the light at the intersection with State Road 40, the 408 off-ramp, was red. It was red for more than 5 seconds before the crash happened. The light is seen as being red on the video as the defendant approaches, and the front passenger is encouraging the defendant to run that, and then he uses an expletive and to keep going. There are also other minor passengers in the defendant's car, females who can be heard telling the defendant to stop and slow down. The victim, Christian Romero's vehicle, was turning onto Dean Road from the State Road 408 off-ramp on a green light. When the defendant ran the red light, the two vehicles collided, resulting in the death of Christian Romero. This all occurred in Orange County, Florida.
Stipulate to a factual basis for the
Yes, sir.
defense? All right. You have been represented in this proceeding. Are you satisfied with your attorney services?
Yes, Your Honor.
The resolution that has been reached between the state attorney's office and yourself to resolve this case is that you would be pleading no contest to a second-degree felony manslaughter. That is a second-degree felony, a maximum punishment of up to 15 years. Do you understand that?
Yes.
As part of the resolution, there's been an agreement to a youthful offender sentence, which would, under law, cap you at 6 years. You'd be adjudicated guilty, sentenced to 6 years in the Department of Corrections with credit for the time that you have been incarcerated. Your driver's license would be revoked. Is that a permanent revocation, or?
It's a minimum of 3 years, and we're asking for the 3 years.
What's the maximum?
A lifetime.
Okay. That's part of the agreement as well?
It is. 3 years was part of the agreement.
3-year driver's license revocation. You'd also owe court cost and cost of prosecution. Has anybody promised you anything other than that to enter into a plea today?
No, Your Honor.
All right. All right. All right. To the charge of manslaughter, a second-degree felony, how do you plea?
No contest.
All right. Before proceeding to disposition and sentencing, are there any impact statements that the state would like to present?
Yes, Your Honor. The first victim impact statement will be given by Ariana Romero.
Mr. Romero may approach. Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could just raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Okay. If you just start by stating and spelling your name, and then whenever you're ready, you may proceed. You can be seated. You can be seated.
My name's Ariana Romero. It's spelled Aryanna Romero. Romero. Let this message fall on open ears. Today we are speaking about time. Time is the most valuable resource any person possesses. We trade it to provide for our families. We invest in our goals, our relationships, our futures. We measure our lives not only in years, but moments shared with people we love. In my brother's case, what was taken was not only his life, but every moment he had yet to live. In the early morning hours of April 23, 2023, two lives intersected. One was the defendant driving a stolen car at extreme speeds. The other was my brother, Christian Romero, driving home from work and lawfully proceeding through a green light. When the defendant struck my brother's car, in a single instance, his remaining time was gone. We will never know how long Christian would have lived had basic traffic laws been followed. He was young, healthy, and hardworking. He was saving money from his late-night job to pursue his real estate license. He spoke about marriage, about travel, about building a life rooted in purpose and peace. He wanted to experience the world fully and eventually raise a family of his own. That future no longer exists. While my brother's time ended that morning, the defendant's did not. Since that crash, he has continued to demonstrate disregard for the law. He received a citation related to street racing and failed to resolve it. He was involved in another crash, and that due to careless driving. These actions reflect not a single tragic mistake, but a continued pattern of reckless behavior. The argument before the court is whether his age should lessen his weight of accountability under the Youthful Offenders Act. Respectfully, age does not erase responsibility. When the defendant chose to steal a car, when he chose to drive at extreme speeds, when he chose to disregard the safety of everyone on the road, he exercised judgment. Those were deliberate actions. He was capable of making adult decisions in that moment. He is capable of facing adult consequences for them. This case is not about one mistake made in confusion. It is about a series of conscious choices that resulted in a permanent loss. My brother does not receive a lighter sentence because of someone else's youth. He receives not another chance. His sentence is forever. Your Honor, I respectfully ask that the sentence reflect the magnitude and permanence of this loss. Being tried as an adult should mean being held as one. That the law recognizes the seriousness of vehicular manslaughter because a life has been taken that day. My brother's life was not partial. It was whole, valuable, and full of promise. Your Honor, I thank you for allowing me to speak today, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much for that, Mr.
Your Honor, the next victim impact statement will be given by Victoria Evangelista.
Approach. Good afternoon to you, ma'am. Just raise your right hand. You can be seated if you just state your name for us, and you may proceed whenever you're ready.
My name is Victoria Evangelista. I'm Christian's older sister. Your Honor, I'm here today because my brother Christian Romero was killed, not by an unavoidable accident, not by fate, but by reckless, unlawful choices that never had to be made. Christian's death did not end one life, it shattered my entire family. My father lost his only son. There are no words strong enough to explain that loss. He will never get another moment, no conversations, nothing. No future where his son exists. That pain does not lessen with time. Unfortunately, it becomes something you just have to live with. My daughter's niece and nephew will never grow up with their uncle. They'll never make memories with him, never hear his laugh, never get to know the person he was. They were robbed of that relationship by the defendant. Christian has all sisters. He will never attend any of our weddings. He will never stand beside us for moments families are meant to spend together. Those moments were taken from us permanently. Our grief is not temporary, it's lifelong. What makes this loss even more painful is knowing it was completely preventable. This was not a single mistake. It was a pattern of dangerous behavior and complete disregard for the safety of others. The consequences of that behavior was the death of my brother. Your Honor, accountability matters, not only for our family, but for this community. When consequences are minimized, it sends a message that lives, like Christians, are expendable. They are not. His life had value. His future mattered. Nothing this court does today will bring my brother back. But this court can acknowledge the depth of this loss and the permanence that was taken from us. Christian will never get another chance at life. Our family will never get another chance with him. All we ask is that sentences reflect that truth. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Your Honor, the final victim impact statement will be given by Mayor Patty King.
Approach. Good afternoon. If you could just raise your right hand, the clerk will swear you in. Just state your name and whenever you're ready.
My name is Patty King. Your Honor, my name is Patty King. I am here today in several roles: as mayor of the city of Flagler Beach, as a mother, and as a close friend of Christian Romero's parents and family. I want to begin by saying clearly, Christian Romero mattered. He was not a case number. He was not a headline. He was a son, a friend, and a young man with a future. Christian was 23 years old when his life was taken in a vehicular crash on April 23, 2023. 23 is far too young. It is an age when a life is still being built, when dreams are still forming and plans are still becoming real. Christian was loved and respected by many, by his family, by his friends who knew his character. Those closest to him will never again see his generous smile, never again be graced by his presence in daily life, and never again experience the simple moments that make a family whole. Because Christian's life was taken so early, he will never have the chance to find his true love, to marry, to have children, or to live the life he should have been allowed to live. That loss is permanent. It does not end when this hearing ends today. Your Honor, I am here to respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence permissible by law. I am also respectfully asking the court not to grant the lenient sentence being requested. This is not about anger. It's about accountability. A young man is gone. A family is forever changed. And the sentence should reflect the seriousness of the harm done and the value of Christian's life. Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to speak on behalf of Christian and those who loved him. If it is appropriate, Your Honor, I would also like to share one small detail that reminds us who Christian was beyond this tragedy. His favorite color was blue. It's a simple fact, but it's also a reminder that he was a real person with preferences, joy, and a life that should still be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. King. Additional impact statements from...
No, Your Honor.
Any additional information that the defense would like to submit? Okay. So you do have the opportunity, sir, to say something by way of allocution if you would like before the announcement of sentence. Would you like to do that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. This is certainly not a pleasant day for anybody that is here in the courtroom, most importantly for the family of Christian Romero and the friends of Christian Romero. This is, I want to thank immensely Ms. Romero, Ms. King, for the courage to be here and to state what you've stated regarding your brother and your friend. As Ms. King, Ms. Romero indicated, there is no punishment that will suffice to appreciate the loss that you all have experienced. And that's not lost, I hope not on anybody in the courtroom. I can certainly tell you not on me. If there is anything that I can say as it relates to the resolution that's been agreed to by the state, and there's no solace that can be given as it relates to the loss that you've experienced. I'll say a couple things, which are that trials can be uncertain processes, and sometimes juries make decisions in ways that we don't anticipate or appreciate. And so to that extent, there is some level of certainty and finality with the resolution that has been reached. nothing, as everybody is made aware, can bring Mr. Romero back. And this is just a sad reality, and there's no real way in the confines of this courtroom that we can do what we all wish could happen, which is that you all could see your brother and your friend again. And the other thing that you should be aware of is if there's a rejection of the plea, he's entitled to withdraw it, meaning that under our rules of procedure, if there's a rejection, there's a withdrawal, which will mean trial. And so if I say 15 today, it's a withdrawal, and we're headed straight for trial. So I don't mean to undermine, and I appreciate the input that you all have said have given us today on this extremely difficult case involving a 15-year-old who made terrible choices, reckless choices, and have ruined some lives in a very profound way that I don't know that if you can appreciate at this juncture in your life as an 18-year-old, someone that is now going to be going away for a sizable amount of time, albeit as the family and friends have stated today, perhaps not enough to feel the justice that we feel is appropriate. So I want everybody to know that you are heard in this regard. I am going to accept the plea. I will find that you are alert and intelligent, and that you understand the nature of the charges against you, the consequences of your plea, and the rights that you are giving up by entering into the plea. You've been represented by competent counsel with whom you say you are satisfied. I also find that there is a factual basis for the plea, and that your plea has been freely and voluntarily made. Given that the agreed-upon resolution between the defense and the state attorney's office is a sentence as a youthful offender under section 958.04 subsection 2, the court is capped at a maximum sentence of up to 6 years. And you will be sentenced as a youthful offender in accordance with that resolution to 6 years in the Department of Corrections, with credit for the 289 days that you have been incarcerated. You have a 3-year driver's license revocation. You owe court costs and cost of prosecution in the amount of... No, ma'am. $518. You'll have to contact the clerk's office within 30 days of your release from custody to set up a payment plan for those costs. You will have 30 days to appeal your sentence and judgment. If you cannot afford a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you. Is there anything additional from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Defense?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Again, I want to thank everybody that's here in support of Christian. Understand that this may be a disappointing and certainly difficult day. Your voices have not been unheard. I'm confident that the voices that you have raised brought us even to this point in terms of charges as an adult. And while the resolution ultimately is difficult, I'm hopeful that everybody can move forward with some finality in this proceeding. So I thank you again for being here. Thank you, Mr. Hagner, Mr. Trulati. We'll be in recess.
So the judge accepting the plea deal, no contest for Yaxiel Lebron-Flores. They're going to spend 6 years with credit for time served, a little less than a year. He will also, his driver's license will be revoked for 3 years. Meanwhile, let me go ahead and give you a live look inside the courtroom in Orange County, where DeMorris Hunter was just given a sentence by the jury of the death penalty in that case that we have been following as well. Then the sentencing phase of that trial, he was convicted last week in the 2002 murder of a College Park woman, his neighbor, Teresa Green. And again, a jury recommending the death penalty for DeMorris Hunter in that. We're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour with much more live streaming news coverage, and welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook, and we'll be right back.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. We've been tracking a lot of things this afternoon. If you're just joining us, we've been live streaming for the last 3 hours and have had quite a bit of news. Earlier today, just a little bit ago, we heard from a woman accusing former Congressman Eric Swallwell of sexual misconduct. Heard some of those details in a news conference that we brought you live from Calabasas, California. Also, just a moment ago, we heard a plea deal of no contest entered in a deadly crash from 2023. And let me take you live inside another courtroom in Orange County right now, where a jury has just come back and recommending the death penalty for DeMorris Hunter, who is a convicted killer already serving a life sentence in California, now sentenced to death for the 2002 murder of his neighbor in College Park. Let's go ahead and listen in. That verdict has been read, but we're still hearing some discussion going on in court right now. So let's go ahead and listen in for a minute here live in Orange County.
I will also want sentencing memoranda from you 30 days after the Spencer hearing.
Very good, Your Honor. Yes, ma'am.
And then I'll set the actual sentencing for about 30 days after that. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Very well. Then we will be in recess.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So they are now going into to recess there. But again, the jury recommending the death penalty. Just to get you up to speed here, this was a case from 2002. Waiting to see if we'll get a look at DeMorris Hunter. It does not appear that we will. But DeMorris Hunter convicted last week. Jury found him guilty of the 2002 murder of his neighbor, Teresa Green. And then today in the sentencing phase, the penalty phase, I should say, of that, coming back unanimously deciding in support of the death penalty in that case. Again, he's already serving a life sentence for a case out of California. Now, let me get you caught up on that other case. If you're just joining us, that I was mentioning a few minutes ago, this is the case of a deadly crash back in 2023. Going to show you some of that video from the scene, April of 2023. That is the suspect, Yaxiel Lebron-Flores, who was 15 years old at the time, but accused of running a red light through an intersection in a stolen car and crashing into a car driven by this man, 23-year-old Christian Romero, and killing him. Just in a few moments ago, Lebron-Flores entered a no contest plea. He, as part of that plea deal, going to spend 6 years behind bars with credit for time served. That time served is 289 days, so a little less than a year. That sentence is 6 years because he is considered a youthful offender. He is 18 years old now, but was 15 years old at the time of the crash, and so because of that, his the maximum kind of time there is less than if he were tried as an adult without that youthful offender status. Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, if you've seen our previous reporting on that, has done a good job of kind of laying that out for us, because family members and friends of Christian Romero, the victim, have not necessarily been happy with that, and they expressed their concerns today in court. We heard victim impact statements from two of Romero's sisters. And also a family friend saying that they believe he needs to be held accountable without that youthful offender status, so that he can serve longer, not, they said, out of anger, but for accountability purposes, because they said it was his actions to run that red light in that stolen car that shattered an entire family, as one of the sisters described it. They also talked about the disregard they feel that teenager has acted with even after that crash, before he was held in custody with some other incidents as well. So that is where things stand with a couple of those cases in court that we have been keeping an eye on this afternoon as part of our live streaming coverage here. A couple of other live events that we are tracking at this hour, including the Seminole County Commission meeting. I want to give you a live look right now inside that meeting. They are discussing a number of different things today. They are going through some multiple public hearings right now, but coming in just a little bit, they're going to be talking about a potential new county ordinance to ban smoking and vaping in county parks. So we'll be listening in for that. I also want to give you a live look right now in Michigan, where the former Michigan football coach, Sharon Moore, is expected to show up and for a sentencing hearing coming up any minute now. This is scheduled to start at 2 o'clock. You may remember he was arrested late last year after being fired, entered a plea of no contest to malicious use of a telecommunications device and trespassing. Authorities said that he had broken into his ex-girlfriend's home after he was fired. Both of those charges are misdemeanors. So again, he entered that plea just a few weeks ago and then is expecting a sentence today, facing up to 6 months in jail for those two misdemeanor charges. And again, this sentencing hearing scheduled for 2 o'clock Eastern time. And so we expect him to show up any minute now in this hearing to get underway. We'll look to bring that to you as well when it begins. It's also been a busy day on Capitol Hill. We mentioned the news conference out of California, where we heard from an accuser of Eric Swallwell, one of two members of Congress who are leaving their posts amid ongoing controversy. The other being Tony Gonzalez. And so these two cases are also putting some more eyes on two Florida members of Congress who are also facing controversies and facing pressure to step down or could face expulsion even. We're going to talk a little bit about that coming up a little bit later in the show with Politico reporter Kimberly Leonard when she joins us live in a little bit. We're talking about Corey Mills and Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. Both of them facing questions and some pressure from some of their colleagues to step down amid ongoing controversies with them. So we'll talk a little bit more about what that means and where things go from here for them as well, coming up a little bit later in the show. Now, we also did hear just moments ago, or just a little bit ago, I should say, from Congressman Mike Herodopoulos, Republican from Florida, speaking on the House floor and spotlighting the Artemis II mission. Here is what he said just a little bit ago on the floor of the U.S. House.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the successful mission for the Artemis II, the defining moment in American leadership once again in space, as these four brave astronauts traveled further than any astronauts have ever traveled before, marking our next new era in space exploration. I also want to, of course, applaud our president. He is steadfastly committed to space, as he has created, as you know, the Space Force, and our amazing new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman, who has brought new life to NASA as we are reaching further than ever. It confirmed the strength of American engineering and the precision of our NASA employees and the skill of our amazing astronauts. Artemis II is more than exploration. It supports national security, drives our economy, and creates jobs across the country, especially on Florida's East Coast. As we look ahead to future missions, we celebrate this achievement to reaffirm our commitment to space. Mr. Speaker, America is going back to the moon, and we are leading the way forward.
So the Artemis II mission complete. And it won't be long till we see more about Artemis 3. In fact, part of that going to be rolled out soon and heading toward the vehicle assembly building. Give you a live look at the U.S. Capitol in Washington, D.C. on this Tuesday afternoon. Amid a busy day in our nation's capital as well, where Secretary of State Marco Rubio taking part in some historic peace talks between Israel and Lebanon that the U.S. is hosting today as well. We are just getting started this 2 o'clock hour here on Florida Live, but keep it right here. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. For that, we go to Fox 13 Tampa Bay and senior content producer Nancy Gay, who's joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, we've talked about Country Thunder several times here on Florida Live, and this morning organizers announced that they are officially moving the Country Music Festival from St. Pete Beach to Coachman Park over in Clearwater. Now, this Country Music Festival, it features headliners like Kane Brown and Shabuzi, and it was originally scheduled for May 8th through the 10th at the Tradewinds Resort. However, the plans faced heavy pushback from neighbors and wildlife advocates, including the Audubon Society, because the dates overlap with sea turtle and shorebird nesting season. St. Pete Beach city leaders eventually asked organizers to move the concert off of the sand due to those environmental concerns. City officials also noted the festival violated local regulations by selling non-refundable tickets before securing a required special event permit. Now, Clearwater City staff confirmed that they received an application for the 19-acre waterfront venue on Monday, and while the permitting process usually takes about 90 days. The Clearwater City manager told us that they are working around the clock to expedite preparations. Country Thunder Executive Director Kim Blevins says Clearwater offers the infrastructure needed to bring the event to life the right way. And to make the move possible, the Florida Orchestra agreed to reschedule its Symphony by the Sea concert to June. Now, the new location is less than 20 miles away from the original site, but refunds are available at the original point of purchase for fans who no longer wish to attend. Garrett?
All right, the big update on a story, like you said, that we've been tracking there. Meanwhile, we could soon see some crazy new technology in the Bay Area.
Yes, that's right. A researcher at the University of South Florida is helping lead the effort to integrate electronic vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. Those are known as eVTOLs. You see it right there on your screen. It's also being called an air taxi, and she is trying to integrate this into Florida's transportation system. These aircraft would operate at altitudes between 500 and 3,000 feet, and they would travel at speeds of up to 200 miles per hour, offering a high-speed alternative to our congested roadways. As Florida's population grows, traffic headaches are getting worse, especially in the Bay Area, where limited bridge crossings create major bottlenecks. With no high-speed rail system in place, researchers say new solutions are critical to cut commute times and reduce strain on existing infrastructure. Dr. April Zhang leads the Advanced Air Mobility Program at USF. She says the goal is to utilize underused low-altitude airspace so travelers can avoid gridlock on the ground. While she expects a slow start for the technology, she believes it will expand as the system matures. Research has already identified potential vertiport hubs in downtown Tampa, West Shore, and downtown St. Petersburg. Dr. Zhang has even used artificial intelligence to simulate passenger demand and flight patterns across the region. Now, Florida is one of 8 states selected by the FAA for testing, and while travel speeds are fast, the cost is estimated between $300 and $600 per mile. That means a short urban trip could cost anywhere from $40 to $120, and we still don't know exactly when full commercial service will launch or how quickly these landing hubs will be built. The FAA is working on final safety certifications, but if approved, limited service could begin as early as the end of this year. Garrett?
I tell you what, that technology sounds great. The cost is a little bit out there, but you know what? It still might be tempting to folks if it gets them out of some of the traffic around there.
Yeah, some of the traffic, sometimes it takes me an hour and a half to go 16 miles. The traffic is getting really bad here, especially on, the major highways, 275, I-4, I-75. So it's definitely getting really congested. So if it'll take you, just a few minutes to get to work in the morning, is it worth the price? It all just depends. But $120 to get to work and then another $120 to get home from work. I don't know if it'll be worth it. Maybe in some emergency situations it would be, but it's definitely interesting technology, and it'll also be interesting to see as it matures if those prices will start to fall.
Yeah, they say time is money, so we'll see. I'm sure there's a market for it. There's no doubt. And an anniversary being celebrated in Ybor City.
Yes, yesterday Ybor City celebrated the 140th anniversary of the rolling of the first cigar there. Now, to honor the occasion, a massive 140-foot cigar was rolled outside Hotel Haya yesterday, and the event took place just steps away from the historic site where the very first cigar was made in Ybor City on April 13th, 1886. City leaders, historians, and local families gathered to celebrate the neighborhood's legacy as Cigar City. While the event looked back at Ybor's deep cultural roots, it also highlighted a district in the middle of a massive transformation. Major development projects are currently reshaping the historic district. Work continues on the Gasworks project, while developer Daryl Shaw is moving forward with plans to redevelop 30 acres in East Ybor City. That proposal includes new residential, office, and retail space designed to make the area more walkable and family-friendly. Supporters of the project, like Max Herman of Tampa Bay Tours, say these changes could elevate Ybor's status as a world-class destination. He believes adding more housing is key to the long-term growth, bringing in more permanent residents to support the community. And during this celebration, visitors even got a chance to roll their own cigars with help from professionals at J.C. Newman. The 140-foot showpiece was created by La Ferona Cigar Lounge, the same group that set a world record last month by rolling a 465-foot cigar right here in Ybor City. As these redevelopment plans move forward, the city is currently reviewing rezoning applications for the East Ybor project before any new construction will begin. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa connection.
Thank you.
Time now for our Florida Live forecast. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer joining me live now. And TJ, this is a forecast that there's really not much to complain about. Pretty nice out there, even as we warm up.
I don't know if I'm quite ready for the 90s yet, Garrett. I feel like, we didn't want the cold, but now we have the warmth, and I'm like, well, I don't know.
At least we don't have all the humidity, though.
That's
so
true.
It's much more bearable. It really hasn't been that bad yet.
Every morning this week I know it's only Tuesday, I've sat out on the lanai with a cup of coffee. I just feel like it's so comfortable. It's great.
Yeah, it really is. It's nice, and we're seeing just another beautiful afternoon across our region right now.
We are, yeah. Lots of sunshine, just a few clouds out there, all thanks to this ridge of high pressure in control, and that is going to keep its grasp over not just the Sunshine State, but really the southeast as a whole. All the active weather, the potential for storms, and even severe weather, that's going to be locked up across the Midwest and the South, staying clear of Central Florida and Florida as a whole. So the double-edged sword, the bad part is that we're seeing the drought worsen. But it's great if anyone's here planning to get out to the beach, get out to the parks. Right now we're sitting at 84 in Gainesville, closer to the lower 80s around the Orlando metro, 82 in Orlando, a little cooler near the coast there. And we'll still have a cool night tonight. Great to get the windows open, maybe turn the AC off. 55 in Ocala. Could see a little patchy fog once again, lower 60s in Orlando. And then we are back into the middle to upper 80s and maybe even cracking into the 90s for our Wednesday afternoon in spots like Gainesville and Ocala. It's going to be really close. And you can see, Garrett, it's not just us either. It's really a good portion of the eastern half of the country and really the mid-Atlantic, up and down the eastern seaboard could have temperatures running 20 to even 30 degrees almost above normal through this upcoming weekend. But there is a cold front. You kind of see that dip in the jet streams. That'll be what we'll be watching early next week. But temperatures going to be up around 90 through really the entirety of this upcoming weekend.
Yeah, we're gonna have to brace for that. Like you said,
pool weather.
It is great pool weather. Although I've been spending time by the pool even when it hasn't been 90s.
Oh yeah,
a lot of time by the pool over the weekend.
Yeah, I almost decided to go to the beach this past weekend, but it's a little cold near the coast. I mean, it'll be feeling wonderful at the coast, probably like middle 80s, low to mid 80s, when it'll be a little hotter inland. But I'd say some great water park, beach, and pool days coming down the pike.
I am sure there are a lot of people out there right now who are hearing this and are already making those plans.
You know what? Let's hop on right now. Let's see what we got going on this weekend.
Yep. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist TJ Springer, thanks for joining us.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Tuesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now to talk some Florida politics here on this Tuesday. And so I'm pleased to bring in Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, the author of the Florida Playbook newsletter that you can get delivered in your inbox every weekday morning. Kimberly, always good talking with you, and we appreciate you joining us today. Another busy day in Florida politics.
It is just there's so much going on. Can't wait to talk about it.
Yeah, let's start by talking about what's going on Capitol Hill. We heard just earlier today from a woman accusing Eric Swallwell of sexual misconduct and outlining her claims in a news conference a couple of hours ago. We know that he is one of two members of Congress who've announced intentions to step down. What does that do as far as additional pressure, or what happens now with a couple of our Florida members of Congress who have also been in the spotlight for some of their own issues?
Yes, exactly. Two members have resigned, and now two members who are under ethics investigation, both from Florida, are facing a ton of calls to do the same or to face expulsion votes. One of them is Representative Sheila Phyllis McCormick. She represents, down here a part near Miami, where her trial is set to take place next week. And so she, first of all, the trial could potentially get delayed. There's a request to have it delayed. But second of all, she is also facing the House Ethics Committee that's going to decide her fate she's alleged to have stolen $5 million in FEMA funds and routed that money toward her campaign. She says that she's innocent. However, her colleagues think that she's guilty, and they're either going to censure her or expel her or do something else. That's what they're set to decide next Tuesday. And then this trial still happening at the same time, if it in fact goes forward, will cause a lot of problems to her if she remains in office and faces a crowded primary. And then the other member from Florida is Representative Corey Mills. He has been under ethics investigation for a while. There hasn't been much released about that. There are several allegations in regard to whether there were conflicts of interest regarding his business and government contracts and things like that. And just a lot of other allegations. He's faced trial over a restraining order and things like that. And so members are saying, well, if she's going to get expelled, then he should also get expelled. And of course, all of this is very political because everyone's thinking about what the margins are in the House, which are very, very small Republican majority right now. So basically, it's turning into this sort of tit for tat, where if they expel one person from one party, they feel like it should be one from another. So there is just a lot of pressure potentially to hold expulsion votes on both of these members. But I don't know that they have the votes to get there. You need 2/3 of House members to support an expulsion, and it's really, really rare.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens and how this all kind of plays out at this point. Now, meanwhile, also in Congress, there's a faction of the Republican Party that is also not happy with a South Florida member of Congress.
Can you tell me what you're referring to exactly?
Yes, Maria Elvira Salazar.
Yes.
The MAGA Republicans really not happy with some of her stances. Especially when you're talking about this close margin, they've got their sights set on that seat.
Yes, that's right. And I'm sorry, I'm like, you have to be a little more specific. People are always mad at each other in Congress. Listen, she is someone who Democrats consider to be in a flippable seat. I'm not so sure about that. She won by 21 points last time. That's a pretty solid margin. But she knows that she's vulnerable on the issues of immigration and healthcare. And one of the things that she's been pushing for years has been this Dignity Act that doesn't offer amnesty, although that's what MAGA world is calling it. And she has bipartisan support for it. She says it's the best way forward in terms of, allowing people who haven't committed crimes outside of illegal border entry to be able to stay in the U.S., to work, to pay a fine. And she's really been pushing for that. And in fact, she's going to be holding a press conference about it this week to dispel what she says are a lot of misinformation about her bill. And she's been someone who's always been standing pretty firm on that because we've seen the way that the polling has shown that people in Florida and other parts of the country are unhappy with the broad stroke deportation agenda that has happened under the Trump administration. So it's put her in a very difficult place because obviously she, has the president's support for re-election, but she's also trying to go up against her colleagues who many of her colleagues who don't necessarily support this kind of bill. And so it's been a big kind of rallying cry that MAGA had last week. She has been in a competitive, she faces competitive Democrats. And so that's one of the races that we're watching closely and expect to see a lot of money spent in that race too. And we'll see those numbers actually coming out this week.
In the other chamber, in the Senate, we have heard from Senator Rick Scott laying out some concerns about what the latest federal jobs report shows and its impact on Florida as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, people always joke that Rick Scott is, super obsessed with jobs. And after the unemployment report came out last week, it showed that Florida had ticked up to 4.5% unemployment. That's up 1 percentage point higher than a year ago. And it's also higher than the national average, not by much, but a little bit. And so Senator Scott started raising concerns about it over social media. And I thought, okay, well, why don't I give him a call and see, what he has to say about it. So we had a conversation about it, and he was really saying that he was concerned about any sort of, even if it's a temporary blip, he said, let's not treat it that way. Let's really double down. Let's make sure our workforce is ready. Let's attract more businesses. That was a big thing for him. He was saying we need to do more to attract more businesses to Florida so that they're coming here. And a lot of that, he said, was through, either creating incentives. Obviously, public safety is a big concern for him too, in terms of businesses wanting to work here. Undoing regulations. He supports abolishing property taxes, but says that they'll need to find a replacement to make up the difference. And so, it's something that he really wanted to talk about. And we had an extensive conversation just about jobs, as he was known to do on the campaign trail when he was governor.
And speaking of the gubernatorial campaign trail, John Morgan making an announcement yesterday that he is not going to run for governor, but is going to follow through with plans on creating a third party.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. So John Morgan, the famous billionaire trial attorney who has given generously to Democrats in the past, has been sort of teasing a potential run for governor, although a lot of people were very skeptical, but he was sort of fanning the flames of that himself to try to get people talking about it. But yesterday he officially said, no, he will not be running for governor on a third party ticket. But yes, he still wants to create a third party. He wants the public to help him name this third party. So he's going to be accepting submissions for that. He's going to be awarding $100,000 to whichever name he likes the best. And I talked to him a little bit yesterday, just back and forth over text message. And, I was asking him, does this mean that you just won't be involved in the governor's race at all? And he said, no, I will give, he said the lesser of two evils when it comes to donating to political parties, whether Republican or Democrat. And he didn't say whether he would give to Orange County Mayor Jerry Demings, who is running for governor, but he noted that he has given a lot to his political efforts in the past. And he also said, and something he said to me before, it wasn't quite new, but it was interesting that he brought it up again, was that he had wished that the Republican agriculture commissioner would actually run for governor. He said he was a big fan of him. So the ag commissioner has actually not filed for his own reelection. Don't really know why, but that's the one seat that's sort of like, okay, what's going to happen here? Because there's no major Democrat who has filed there either. So anyway, John Morgan seems to be still pretty involved in politics. He basically doesn't want to lose his lifestyle, he says. He talked a lot about using gummies and just enjoying life. And so he will be, I think, involved, but TBD what exactly that looks like.
And everyone better brainstorm some of those good party names, because there's a hefty prize if he likes the name of that. So now you mentioned no Democrat filing in the ag commissioner race. That's not the only statewide race that there's not, the Democrats really haven't stepped up to field a candidate in.
No. The other one is chief financial officer. And Blaise Ingoglia, the Republican that DeSantis picked for that job, is even running unopposed in the primary there pretty much. So those seats sort of look like they're going to shape up to be Republican. But like I said, Commissioner Simpson hasn't also filed for re-election for the seat either. And, I got a lot of questions from Democrats who are pretty upset that there aren't candidates who've stepped up. They don't think it's too late, but if someone gets in at this point, they're going to have A, big name ID, B, a lot of money. Both is better, but one of those things is probably necessary because the others who've been in the race have such a big head start. If Wilton Simpson does eventually file to run for re-election, he actually has, I want to say, $33 million in the bank. So that's a lot of money. I mean, that's more than the other candidates who are running for governor besides Byron Donalds, right? So it's a good chunk of change. If he runs again, he should be pretty easy to get in. He's someone that a lot of Democrats like as well. But there is a lot of frustration among rank and file Democrats over a possible missed opportunity. They feel like there is some energy behind them heading into November. And really the climate is much more negative toward Republicans right now, which is pretty typical, during a midterm election year that the White House's party tends to do worse. If anyone hears of any names, I'm all ears. But so far I've only gotten one and I still have to confirm it.
And last thing before we let you go, Kimberly, is what's next in Florida politics? What are you watching for?
Yeah, the main thing we're watching is Governor DeSantis is going to be giving a news conference in about an hour. We are hoping to hear what is going on with redistricting. There's supposed to be a special session on Monday, but so far we have no maps. We have no details about what mid-decade redistricting will look like. And so we're waiting to hear whether the governor might possibly change the schedule, whether he might have some suggestions about what to do. And so that is the biggest thing that would have a huge impact, obviously, on the midterms.
All right, to Kimberly Leonard, Politico reporter, author of the Florida Playbook newsletter. Always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you to the Seminole County Board of County Commissioners meeting where they are discussing right now, just brought it up, the potential ordinance to ban smoking and vaping in county parks. No public comment on this. They said no one was signed up to speak, but we are hearing from some members of the county commission. So let's go ahead and listen in.
We'll make a motion to move this ordinance.
Second.
All right, Commissioner Zimbauer, did you have a comment?
So I just want to make sure, I think what I heard, when entering and exiting is my concern. The enforcement, how are we enforcing this otherwise?
Currently, if we see someone smoking in the bleachers, we're not allowed to say anything because there's nothing for us to show why they can't be doing it. So we are able to add this to signage. We'll be able to put up special initiative signs for groups that have been reaching out, the Healthy Lungs at Play, et cetera. And our staff, if they see somebody doing it, now we'll be able to ask them comfortably to leave the property if they would like to do that.
Understood, but let's carry that to the trails. Let's say somebody's out enjoying the trail, they decide they're going to smoke a cigarette or maybe a marijuana joint, whatever it might be, and now another resident confronts them and says, hey, there's no smoking here. Is there going to be a park ranger or anybody there to control that? How are we funding that?
We do have a park ranger. We're in the
Understood.
process of rehiring one. So, I mean, it is a process that we'll have to be working towards because this is a new thing for us to enforce.
Sure.
So it's been really nice to reach out to other municipalities. I mean, we have a really nice list of people we're able to reach out to ask how they do that on a regular basis. So I'm sure we'll have some growing pains to figure out how we're going to do that. But now hopefully we will have this good foundation to build off of where we can find better ways and more polite ways to be able to do that, where the residents will now know that this is an expectation when they visit our parks and trails.
Good, because had I known that if we wanted to push forward a no smoking ban in our parks to get park rangers in our parks, I would have supported pushing this forward 6-7 years ago. Because we have other issues in our parks and trails, and we don't seem to have the funding to hire park rangers. I think we've now hired, one or two for the entire county for hundreds of miles of trails and parks that a lot of people enjoy, not only from our county, but outside this county. So my concern is we're passing a law, but if it doesn't have an enforcement mechanism that could lead to a confrontation or some other issue between residents is somewhat concerning. So has Tobacco Free Florida sent any funding along with this for park rangers?
No, sir.
No. All right, those are my questions.
I think that was a rhetorical question. I appreciate you indulging. Yes, Commissioner Delory.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you define to me, since you're allowed to smoke cigars, what's the difference between a cigar and a cigarette and how you differentiate between the two?
I do not have the answer to that. I know with the ordinance it was the filter-free cigars. I don't know if Kate's able to pop in on
They're
that.
fatter.
We don't have definition in our code, Commissioner, but they're different products and
They
they're
smell
regulated
different.
differently.
Because I've seen cigars look like cigarettes.
Well,
Those are usually the cheap ones.
Temporillos, I think they're
I would have to look to see if cigar was defined in the state statute that allows us to ban
I'm just
smoking,
bringing
which
it
would
up
just
because
take me
Commissioner
a few
Constantine brought it up.
moments.
Since Commissioner Constantine brought it up, it's a question.
Well, the legislature did take the liberty of prohibiting the county's ability from prohibiting smoking cigars, so that's why I suspect it's defined in the statute that defines cigarettes and cigars differently. But I don't know much about smoking cigars and cigarettes, but isn't it a different kind of tobacco?
I'm just asking the question.
It's pretty much the same tobacco.
So I'm going to pull the meeting back to Robert's rules.
Madam Chair, these are legitimate questions.
I understand they're legitimate questions. The question, I think, at hand is whether or not we think that passing an ordinance and putting signage up would be valuable at this point in time. So I'll go to Commissioner Lockhart.
So I do have a question on the choice of the use of the word may on 36D, talking about signage. I think signage is critical, and I think we should be directing the county manager or designee to post signage, not giving them the permissibility, but requiring it. And so if there is some rationale to changing the may to a shall or a will, I would like to make that friendly amendment.
So I'll take it back to the originator of the motion for consideration.
I would accept.
Seconder agrees.
So the word may on 36D would be changed to shall. Reading signage, the county manager or designee shall post signage prohibiting smoking and vaping in county parks.
Because I agree that the first step is letting our citizens know and our visitors know what our expectation is, and you can't, it would be unfair to try to enforce something that we haven't shared what the expectation is. So having already been through 2 similar iterations at both the school district and all of the Seminole State College campuses being smoke-free, people actually, once you tell them that they are not, are generally very amenable and understanding, and and there are very few problems. And if it's somebody who's intent to have a problem, they're going to find a way to have a problem about something anyway, most likely. So great job. Thank you for bringing this forward. And great. Love it.
Yes, Commissioner Zimbauer?
Just I got to say it, playing the devil's advocate. As we have barbecue grills and cooking in our parks, and that smoke is generated and inhaled by those participants who are using our parks, I'm not so sure that's not a problem as well. Just saying.
I just want to, for the record, say that this statute that's proposed doesn't include barbecues.
Correct.
And so for
or prescribed burns,
or anything else. I think there's a difference in the intention between somebody cooking out and people walking around with cigarettes and vape. I would tell you that the greatest concern that I have is for kids finding this to be a place to vape out of the sight of anyone. And signage will deter some of that. And any of that we can deter is worthwhile. I think there is a natural deterrent when you post signage, as Commissioner Lockhart said, that folks will refrain from behaviors that are not acceptable in that location. There will always be people that push the limits. There will always be other concerns. From my perspective, this is a great step toward improving the health of our community. With that, I will...
Commissioner, I just want to say before you, well said.
Thank you.
And also, as usual, this commission has looked through every side, every aspect of this particular thing to come to this conclusion. So I have to add this, and I hate doing it because I don't want anybody else to come in. But if the legislature can tell us we can't do cigars and cigarettes, I mean, that's ludicrous. But I just thought of pipes. Does this stop people from smoking pipes? There's not very many anymore, but does this stop people from smoking pipes? Okay, good. All right. They didn't stop us from stopping pipes, just cigars. Unbelievable.
Providing us tobacco.
Good golly. So with that, I'm going to close the conversation and call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously.
Yay.
Probably much to your surprise.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, that takes us to the county attorney's report. We want to know what's in the pipe.
Do you want to know how that's defined also?
Right.
Yes.
Please.
Commissioners, I just wanted to announce publicly, as Florida statute requires, that I will be requesting your advice on the litigation Malloy versus Seminole County. I'm looking at the next board meeting date of April 28th to schedule that, unless I hear that.
So moving on to some other things now, after discussing that smoking and vaping ban at the parks, you heard some of the questions that came up there. And now they are moving on to some other things there as well. Like I said, no public comment on that, just the discussion that we heard among those county commissioners in Seminole County. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, but don't go anywhere. We've got more to get to as our live streaming news coverage continues on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. So keep it right here, and we will be right back after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to get you to Capitol Hill. That's Chuck Schumer, the Senate Democratic leader, answering questions from reporters right now. They've talked about the Department of Homeland Security funding. They've talked about Iran. He was just asked a question about Eric Swallwell. Let's go ahead and listen in as well as he's asked more questions here on Capitol Hill.
Who seem to like what ICE is doing, even though no sector of the American people do, to not reform it. And so they're tying themselves in a total knot by going through a reconciliation process that no Republican wants. And you can be sure in the vote-a-rama, we're going to hold their feet to the fire on DHS, on the war, and on so many other issues. Thank you.
So Chuck Schumer there was taking questions alongside some other Senate Democratic leaders there. Wrapping up that news conference in the halls of Congress. I want to give you a quick update here because I know we talked about it at the beginning of the show and then didn't bring it back up. That's because we are still waiting on Sharon Moore, the former Michigan football coach, for his hearing to begin, sentencing hearing. On 2 misdemeanor charges. The felony charges that he faced after his firing and arrest are no longer in the picture, but he is charged with 2 misdemeanors that he has pleaded a no contest to and is expected in court for a sentencing hearing. He faces up to 6 months in jail, and so we're keeping an eye out for that. Still hoping to bring that to you in the next little bit, even if it's not here on TV. If you're watching us, our live streaming news coverage continues after this. On our digital platforms, as it always does. We're also going to be bringing you that Governor Ron DeSantis news conference scheduled around 3:15. We'll bring that to you live as well on our platforms. It is also Election Day in Apopka. They are voters there voting today in the runoff election for mayor. So that is going on. Maybe if you live in Apopka, maybe you've already cast your vote. It's a runoff between Christine Moore, who's an Orange County Commission member, and Nick Nesta, a member of Apopka's City Council. And so we heard earlier today from the Orange County Supervisor of Elections, Karen Castor-Dental, talking about voter turnout, some of the safeguards in place to make sure the election is secure and transparent. Here's what she had to say earlier today.
Well, it looks like it's pretty smooth. There's no wait. People are coming and going, and it's moving pretty quickly.
What kind of turnout are you guys expecting?
I'm expecting great turnout. There's beautiful weather. There's only 2 precincts that people can go to. They have to make sure that they go to the one that's assigned to them. But I see the turnout numbers on the website, and they just keep coming. So I'm expecting at least 20%.
Is that number high for you? Is that what you're looking for, or anything higher than 20%?
For a municipal election, 20% is a good turnout. That usually lets us know that there is a lot of interest in the election. It's usually a lot more. The turnout is usually greater when there is a governor's election or the president. But for a citywide, this is about your normal turnout.
Has there been a lot of interest in this race?
There has been so much interest in this race. Unfortunately, some of it's gone back and forth and it's been negative, but I think that's also, people have to really prove what they want to do to help the city. And elections can be that way, but there is really no way to know who's going to win this election. It's pretty contentious, but there's no way to know until 7 o'clock. So get out there and vote.
And everything running smoothly on your guys' part of the county?
Yes.
No problems, anything like that?
No problems so far. So we expect to have results early. As soon as the polls close and they let us know the results from each of those precincts, we should be able to post them soon after.
And they were mentioning that you guys got some new I voted stickers. Someone drew. Tell me
Yes,
about that.
we had we partnered with Orange County Public Schools and had a sticker contest for elementary students, and we have about 12 kids who made these finalists, and then we had people who came to visit our office and our staff members vote, and we have one that we're giving out today. That was the winner, and it's a great little sticker.
Is that going to go for November also, do you think?
That's just for these municipal elections, and then we'll see what our sticker is for November and August.
Oh. Is there anything else you want to add, mention, or touch upon that we didn't talk about here today?
Well, since people are thinking about elections and they might be looking at the website, go ahead and request your vote by mail ballot for August and November. It's not too late to get that started.
Perfect. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
So talking there about the runoff election in Apopka, and those results we'll have for you later today on our digital platforms and on Fox 35 News. Let me give you a live look right now at Sharon Moore inside that courtroom in Michigan, the former University of Michigan football coach, facing sentencing on those 2 misdemeanor charges. We are out of time here on Florida Live, but we're going to keep listening into this as it's just getting underway right now. The judge just walked in. We are hearing from the attorneys right now. Again, Moore has pleaded no contest to 2 misdemeanors, faces up to 6 months behind bars, and we will keep listening into this hearing as our live streaming news coverage continues on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. So feel free to join us there for more from this hearing. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today, and I'll be back with more tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Tuesday.
First and foremost, with regards to the
Get you back inside this courtroom in Michigan. The former coach of the Wolverines, Sharon Moore, facing sentencing for 2 misdemeanor charges after pleading no contest. Let's go ahead and listen in.
There are a few things that I would like this court to know about Sharon Moore. Sharon Moore is the only child of immigrant parents who came to this country for a better life. He grew up in a home marked by uncertainty. His father, an Air Force serviceman, was deployed overseas for long stretches, leaving his mother to carry all the responsibilities at home. That shaped him. It taught him resilience, responsibility, and the importance of family. Sharon didn't always fit in. He was bullied as a kid and often kept to himself. Sports changed that. It gave him confidence, direction, and ultimately a purpose. That purpose became coaching, not for attention or status, but to help young men grow on the field and off. He teaches that success comes from facing challenges head on and handling adversity the right way. I have come to know Sharon over the last few months. I have seen how he responds when things are at their hardest. He has handled adversity with grace and with dignity. Since this incident, Sharon has engaged in counseling, gained insight into his life, and developed tools to guide him forward. He has recentered himself around his family, and he has taken responsibility, expressing genuine remorse to those closest to him, the people most affected by his actions. Your Honor, this is a man who is not defined by this moment, but by how he has responded to it. For these reasons, I ask this court to grant a deferral and place Sharon Moore on probation. It is an appropriate sentence given the nature of the offense and Sharon Moore's lack of any prior criminal history. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And because it was a no contest plea, I just want to make sure for purposes of the record, Mr. Moore does not wish to address the court. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right. Very good.
I apologize. He has a short statement to make to the court, which he'll do now.
Your Honor, first of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for his grace and guidance during this difficult time. I want to thank my beautiful wife, Kelly, for her support, her strength, and standing by me. I want to thank this court and its staff for their time and consideration. I'm grateful to my attorney, Ellen Michaels, for her guidance. I've taken this process very seriously and worked closely with the probation department to prepare for today's sentencing. I'm ready to proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. There was nothing additional from probation, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Blair. Before I impose the sentence in this case, I think that there are a few things from this court's perspective where I think need to be pointed out of the purpose here of what the court's going to do and what the court's not going to do. I want to make it very clear that the morality of what transpired, that's not something for the court to decide. I am not passing judgment on that course of conduct. I may have my own views on that, but I'm not here to pass judgment on that. That's way above, frankly, my pay grade. At some point regarding the conduct that is not before this court and the morality of it and the like is going to ultimately be left to this defendant and his God to make that determination, as well as the grace and forgiveness that might be bestowed upon him if deserving by his wife. What the court is also not doing, and what is not my role here, and not part of my bailiwick, and it seems to have been so pervasive in this case, is to put a thumb on the scale of what might be, maybe, future litigation involving the University of Michigan. That is not the world or realm I'm operating in at this particular point in time, and not part of this judgment and what I end up with. I think it's also important to point out, because I don't look at the news very much, but in looking at how people may misinterpret what has occurred here, and I want and feel it necessary to make that clear. There are certainly those that believe that as the charges were initially filed, the 3 charges of home invasion third, the stalking charge, and the entry without permission charge, that there's a view that they shouldn't have been filed. And then there's a view that, well, should have stuck with it. I will commend counsel on this case because I think they have both shown courage, but particularly I want to address the Washtenaw County Prosecutor's Office and their courage in doing what is right. The reality of this case is the people, if they had wanted to, I would imagine, could have just decided to proceed with this case and just let the chips fall where they may. I think, as Mr. Smirski stated before, that is not their obligation. Their obligation is to do justice and to do what is right. At the very beginning of this case, so that people can understand it, the facts as they knew them supported the filing of the charges. I've been fortunate or unfortunate in this case to be able to see a lot more than I would in a normal case, this having been a no contest plea and a lot of information being provided to this court to determine whether or not there was a factual basis. But I want to make it clear that when the charges were filed, they were appropriate. But as with any case, as more facts become known and as more things happen, the facts and the analysis change. Now, I don't say any of what I'm about to say to try to bash anybody or to do anything, but I say it for the purposes of so that people can understand what the prosecutor's office was looking at. They had filed these 3 charges, the first 2, the first being the home invasion third, and then the stalking charge, with the belief that on the 8th of December, 2025, that Ms. Shiver had informed Mr. Moore that some way that she no longer wanted contact. Now with that, certainly they may be able to proceed with, if there's attempted contact or other things that then occur by Mr. Moore's conduct, the people may have been able to proceed with a stalking charge. Stop for a moment and just tell you that what is called a predicate offense, or the underlying offense for the home invasion third, the misdemeanor along with the home invasion or entering a home, that the stalking charge had to be maintained. But here's what the people found out. And I will say that when the police, Pittsfield Township, are interviewing and they're going through, they are, I watched, I don't know how many hours of video in this case. And I will tell you that they were not only professional, they attempted to try to get to the bottom of it. At some points, Their efforts seem thwarted. That's my view. And that they were trying to get answers to a lot of different things. But as it was presented to them, and they ultimately presented to the prosecutor, on the 8th of December, Ms. Shriver had indicated in her own words to them that at, I believe she said 6 a.m., or I think she specified that at 6:10 a.m., had told him that there wasn't going to be any more contact. And then any contact or attempted contact or anything along those lines would then potentially constitute a stalking charge. When the police department asked for Ms. Shriver's phone, and I'm not saying that this is Ms. Shriver because she didn't have possession of her phone, they wanted the call logs, they never got them. And there may have been a reason for that, I don't know, but they never got the call logs for the phone. But maybe there were those that thought if they didn't have the call logs, maybe they wouldn't be able to see certain things. Well, maybe to many chagrin, there's such things as search warrants and other things where one can get these logs. And I go back to the 8th, because again, I want to explain why the people did what they did. The 8th at 6:10, 6 a.m., there is supposedly this communication to Mr. Moore that he should no longer have any contact. The problem was that could not have been true. And the reason it couldn't have been true, and what the people saw, is that after a call on the 7th, approximately 2:15, for over an hour, well, for 83 minutes between Ms. Shriver and Mr. Moore. After that call, when it gets to the 8th, and remember it's 6 a.m. is what the people are told, there was a call at 2:49 p.m. connected for 7 minutes between Mr. Moore and Ms. Shriver. There was then an additional call at 3:29 p.m. that connected for 4 minutes between Mr. Moore and Ms. Shriver. Those are outgoing calls from Mr. Moore to her. At 3:41 p.m. on that date, there is an incoming call from her to him for 11 minutes. There is then at 7:41 p.m. an outgoing call for 27 minutes from Mr. Moore to Ms. Shriver. Here's what the people realize. The very foundation of the stalking charge, which would have been the telling not to contact me on the 8th, there is no call on the 8th. But the very foundation, it couldn't have happened. The people realized that when they got that information. Bottom line, by necessity then, the stalking charge would fail. If the stalking charge fails, it being the predicate for the felony also had to fail. And the people knew this, and they did the right thing by making sure that that charge did not go forth. Because in good faith, legally, morally, ethically, they could not proceed on that. And they knew it. They didn't try to hide the ball. They didn't try to do any of that. They didn't say, well, we're still going ahead. We're just going to put him through the paper. They didn't do any of that. They did the right thing. The third charge, which was the illegal entry to the premises, also had its problems. And I'm not going to go through sort of an extended analysis. But suffice it to say that Mr. Moore had access to those premises. that access was granted by Ms. Shiver. She gave him the code to the door. It wasn't just a key. He had the code to enter the premise. People in analyzing it said they weren't going to proceed on that either, because that was inconsistent with what was being told to them. Now, having said that, I hope that people can understand why this case ended up where it did. At that point, and I have to say from the defense side, there may have been those that would have just proceeded with the case, let it become back as a not guilty, and try to be done with it, but that's not what they did. They realized that there were certain wrongs that had occurred. The parties came together, and there certainly, between them, were decisions on what charges would be appropriate. After reviewing everything, so that people understand, it was reviewed by the prosecutor, got reviewed by the defense, and this court itself reviewed all of the reports. The right thing happened. The charges, the criminal charges that this defendant, Mr. Moore, would have been guilty of, he pled to. No more, no less. In any sentencing, it is important that the court consider a number of different factors. I look at the defendant. I look at the effect that the proceeding and the defendant's conduct had on the victim in the case, in this case, Ms. Shiver. And in that, try to come to a resolution in my mind as to what would be an appropriate sentence. In this state, there are impact statements that are given so that the court can hear the victim and the victim's voice, the one that was wronged by the conduct, so that you could hear it. I truly would have preferred to hear Ms. Shiver's voice much more clearly and much more directly. I regrettably, rightly or wrongly, legitimately or not, her voice for the court to hear has been clouded. But through my probation department and the like, I have a sense of what are concerns for Ms. Shiver. One of those concerns is that she won't be heard, and that the defendant will not be held accountable in any way. And it was interesting to me that there was at least an indication or a communication to the court prior to the victim's impact statement that I was not aware of prior to receiving the communication that had occurred in this courtroom. I was not on the bench at the time, but where an individual who Ms. Shiver and her people believed were part of the court had gone up to Mr. Moore, shook his hand, and gave him a hug. I want to make it real clear so that it's the individual that did that was a member of the sheriff's office here, is not a member of the court, is in no way connected to me or this court, and that I was not even aware that I was not in the room. I actually had to go and see it online. That should never have occurred. not because it didn't have or would have had an effect on this court. It shouldn't have occurred because of its appearance of occurring. I can assure Ms. Shiver that that has no impact on me, and that having been brought to my attention, I will be dealing with those in the sheriff's office regarding that conduct, because it can't happen here. So that's one thing. But Shiver also asked for the strictest punishment that this court could give. Incarceration is usually left to those times where an individual, this court would believe, continues to pose a risk to society or others, or an individual that this court believes can't in some way conform themselves to the norms of how we should operate in society. I don't believe, as I look at the entirety of this case, that incarceration would be an appropriate sentence in this case. Now, having said that, should there be, and I think that a probationary sentence is appropriate, but should there be any violation, and I will send my direct warning to you, Mr. Moore, that should there be a violation, all bets are off the table. I don't like sending people to jail, but I will not have a problem with it. As the prosecutor has indicated, this court is very mindful that that day, December 10th, a number of things happened that changed people's lives. In imposing a probationary sentence, I would let Ms. Shiver know that this court is not by any means lessening the impact of those events. Frankly, Mr. Moore, you had no right to do what you did. I know that she was placed in fear. It was a traumatic experience that day for you. It was certainly a traumatic experience for her, but you had no right to spread your pain to her. And as I was going through this sentence, and there were a number of letters, a number of things presented to the court in attempting to try to decide upon the appropriate sentence, there is a certain irony in a lot of this. And it's a big one, in my opinion. The person, quite frankly, Mr. Moore, that is saving you from the full wrath of this court is the one you betrayed. I don't know where your wife, Kelly, finds her strength. When all of the circumstances are happening, and they're happening to her, and she's absorbing them in real time, she not once loses her focus. She not once bats an eye to sort of doubt you. She not once wants something terrible to happen for you. As I listened to the terror in her voice that day, I don't think there would be anybody in the world that, given all of the circumstances, would have blamed her if she just said, I don't care. It's not what she did. She didn't know where you were, but she was going to tell the police, try to do this to find him. And she said something that was remarkable, and that is just tell him I love him and to come home. Incredible. And when you sit, and you know, so I'm listening on one of the calls, listening to her, I can hear your babies in the background. What she had to deal with was just an incredible burden. She didn't bat an eye. The letter that she wrote to the court, and there were a number of them, and like I said, I went through all of them. Certainly had the biggest impact on this court and what I should impose. I figure, in certain ways, that she was just pointing forward, leaning on her faith, and trying to put her family and find a way forward for her family, which was inclusive of you. I think in life sometimes people take a lot for granted. You, sir, take her for granted. I am amazed by you, Miss Moore. I truly am. I don't know where it comes from. I think, in all honesty, given all the hurt and pain, that if we had more people like you in the world, I may be out of a job, but I think this world would be a better place. Therefore, the sentence of the court as to count 4, that I am going to place the defendant on an 18-month probationary term, 18 months under the prosecutor deferred sentence. You are to pay $555 fines and court costs. We will take those court costs out of the bond. You are to pay $540 probation oversight fees. Those will also be taken from the bond. There is to be no use of any alcohol, recreational marijuana, or any illegal substance. You'll be subject to random testing as requested by probation. You're to continue mental health treatment, follow all recommended care with status reports to probation. You are to have no contact with Paige Shriver directly or indirectly, and not to have any contact through any third parties. You are not to refer to her on the internet. You are not to communicate her using any electronic device. Am I clear on that, sir?
Yes, sir.
You are not to go to any residence or employment of Paige Shriver. There is to be no assaultive, threatening, or intimidating behavior. There's to be no possession of any weapons, firearms, ammunition, or anything fashioned to be a weapon. I'll schedule a review hearing that will be held April 14th. Actually, the date is going to change, is it not, Ms. Spiller?
Yes, Your Honor. It will be October